Hello, everyone. So, well, just playing a bit here with the controls. I need more practice. So, welcome to the English sessions of the Global AI Bootcamp Latin America. Right now, in another room, the sessions in Spanish are happening. So, well, in this event, we have some sessions in both languages, Spanish and English, and well, at the same time, right? So my name is Luis Beltrán. I am a Microsoft MVP in AI, developer technologies, and also Azure. And well, today I will be hosting 4 sessions from this event. We appreciate the speakers, really nice friends who would share their knowledge about artificial intelligence, about machine learning, about OpenAI, which is the buzzword for today, for this time. And I hope that you learned a lot. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to write them in the chat. Let us know where are you joining from. In my case, I am in Czech Republic. I am from Mexico, but well, I am here because I am pursuing my PhD in engineering informatics. And well, yeah. So let's share the screen. So very quickly, I will go through the agenda for today's sessions. Okay, yes. So here you can see that we have for today, yes, this session, customizing OpenAI GPT-3 to your specific needs. I will start with this session in a minute. Then we have André Melancia from Portugal, who will talk about hacking Azure AI. He told me that this is the first time that he will, let's say, talk about this session. So we are looking forward to what he's presenting at this event. After that, our friend Ivana Tilca from Argentina will talk about integrating Azure OpenAI with other Azure Cognitive Services. So a really interesting topic, interesting session, how to combine some pre-built models with this trending. And finally, Oscar Santos from Mexico will talk about the creation of a clustering model with Azure Machine Learning Designer. All these events, the Global AI Bootcamp, there are different events happening around the world. Global AI Community is one organization which, let's say, helps people from different communities to organize this kind of events. So there is Global AI Bootcamp, Global AI Developer Days. There is also a version for students. So yeah, quite a lot of opportunities to share knowledge and also to learn from experts around the world. Okay, so that's just, as I said, some brief, let's say, introduction. So now let's proceed to our first session, So I will share my presentation, which I have here. Yes. So we can start. Okay. So this is customizing OpenAI GPT-3 to your specific needs. And well, the idea is that we can extend the knowledge that OpenAI or the models such as GPT-3 has. This technology or this model is focused on creating conversations that make sense according to some input, which is known as a prompt. However, the result, the outcome, maybe is not precise. Maybe it needs to be tuned, or actually we have our own data that from a database or from some file. Well, we can, there are two techniques, right? We can use them in order to leverage all the characteristics from this GPT-3 model. So it can, for example, answer questions from our data, or we can also create a new model, which is the operation of fine-tuning, in order to create something that can create some classifications or solve some machine learning task, again with our own data. You will see in a minute. All right, so well, just very briefly, again, my name is Luis. I'm from Mexico. I study at Thomas Betty University in Slim, Czech Republic, and I am a Microsoft MVP in 3 categories, because mainly I develop, or I like to create mobile applications with Xamarin or .NET MAUI technology, and usually I add some cloud service or artificial intelligence machine learning service. So yeah, so mainly my contributions go around these areas. All right, so let's get started, because you want to learn, right? So here is our agenda. There are basically 3 topics, 3 elements. OpenAI, what is it? Some difference between OpenAI, GPT-3, and ChatGPT, because sometimes they are used in the same, let's say, like synonyms, but actually they are quite different. But so we'll explain that. Then, how we can incorporate our information, our data, our files. So this technology can understand, right? We can kind of customize the output, right? The results that are retrieved by the model, either new model, fine-tuned model, or the base GPT-3 model with some demos. And finally, I will share some links that might be useful in your learning journey. Just before I get started, let me very quickly check the chat to see if there is something. Okay, no comments for the moment. That's okay. Let us know, where are you joining from? All right, so let's continue. So, well, yeah, I think that everyone has heard, right, about OpenAI, or every day you hear it somewhere, right? OpenAI is a research organization which has some objective, promoting and developing AI tools that can assist humanity, that can make an impact, right? Basically, that can transform the society in different aspects. Also, OpenAI tries to improve people's lives. However, they are also aware that there are some risks with the development, the deployment of these AI models. It is true that it helps to be more productive, maybe to even have some fun. For example, you can see different pictures of elephant with hamburger as a hat, or maybe just some hamburger above the elephant, right? So this is an image, and in this case, this model DALL-E or DALL-E 2 is used to produce, and well, the keyword here is generate, right? Because OpenAI develops different models, and so here you can see GPT-3, Codex, and also DALL-E 2. GPT-3, for example, and we will explain in the next slide, is a natural language processing model. So mainly about text processing and generating conversations. And DALL-E 2 takes an input, text, and it produces an image. It generates, right, some graphic, which is quite amazing, I think. So yeah, OpenAI organization works in educating people about AI, about the impacts, about the promotion of responsible development of the AI and machine learning in a way that it benefits everyone. Okay. So yes, that's it. Then, as we mentioned earlier, there are different models developed by the organization, right? And in this case, we have GPT-3. Well, GPT stands for General Pre-trained Transformer. And well, there are 3 versions. Right now, there is also version 3.5, and later this year, version 4 will be deployed. In general, these GPT models are massive, artificial intelligence language models. GPT-3 specifically was released 2 years ago, well, 2.5 in June 2020. And of course, it is based on the previously generative models, GPT version 1 and GPT version 2. But of course, it is more powerful. It is much even larger because it contains 175, more or less, billion of parameters, right? So you can imagine why experts consider it to be a huge achievement in the next generation of AI technology. But actually, and I can share some words from one of the founders of OpenAI. This model is still baby steps because it has some mistakes. It cannot, it cannot produce, factual results with high precision. Sometimes we call this hallucination or hallucinating because it produces an answer, but maybe it is not correct. You will see later. So it is improving over the time. The next version, number 4, is believed that it will be at least 100 more powerful than the GPT-3 version, which is currently used. And of course, the source of this GPT-3 model is text from the open internet. Maybe some document, research papers, information that can be found on GitHub, some public repositories, even on Reddit. I know that it has some of the sources listed is Reddit, this famous internet forum. And yes, how do you work, or how do you consume the GPT-3 model? Basically, you provide an input, which is called prompt. So you introduce some text, and based on that information, the model will try to generate some completion, right? Some result, some conversation. And this is known as few-shot learning. With few tokens, with few words, it can learn what's the best response or produce some effective answer. And it can be used, for example, by, let's say, agents to improve customer experience. Maybe there is feedback from our customers, and it is negative feedback. So we can use GPT-3 to either bring what are the key points, what are some recommendations, some suggestions to improve our service, or what are the most relevant, most significant comments, right? Which we should focus in. Okay, so yeah, now there is difference, right? OpenAI is the organization, GPT-3 are the models. And then we have different, let's say, models, such as ADA or ADA, Babbage, Curie, and Da Vinci, sorry. ADA is the simplest one, fastest one, and later you will see it is also the cheapest one. Yeah, if we want to access or use the model. Then Da Vinci is more precise, right? But it also costs more, and it takes more time maybe to train some model based on this one. Okay. And now we move our attention to ChatGPT, which is basically the conversational AI layer on top of GPT-3. But it is not only a text generator, right? It creates conversations. It is also context aware. Well, in the end, GPT-3 model is context aware because we are writing some message, like, for example, explain how a combustion engine works, right? And then we get some definition, maybe from Wikipedia, but not exactly what we can find on Wikipedia. It combines, right? And later we can ask, give me some examples of machines from the previous query, for example, right? And then maybe we get cars, airplanes, or something, right? Which is in agreement with the previous question. Because as I said, they are context aware. What we said earlier, it can be recovered, right? Or it can't talk about it. All right. So yeah, that's the idea of this ChatGPT, which is basically the conversational layer. Right now, it is based on GPT 3.5. Then it will be improved over the time. Okay, so this was just some brief definition about these three technologies. And here I want to focus your attention on this. Maybe you have noticed while you have been using ChatGPT that it might produce some incorrect results, or you can guide the conversation into something that might hurt other people. You might help or assist this technology to produce some bias, right? Maybe I can tell the GPT America is the best soccer team in the world. And later, at some point, I can make it to say it, actually. Yeah, I might ask him. And then if it says it is true, I can show off and show it to my friends. The AI says that America football team is the best one, maybe. And also, since it was trained on information from internet, well, there was like some cut, right? So it has limited knowledge of events happened after 2021. At the beginning, actually, it was possible to ask ChatGPT who is Twitter's owner, and it respond, okay, the CEO is someone else. I forgot the name, sorry, of this guy from India. However, the actual response was Elon Musk, right? Because, well, it didn't know. But now it has been trained to include at least some of this data. Okay, any questions so far? So I will switch to, okay, there is still no comments, no questions, okay. So please feel free to add any message, any comment. I would appreciate it. And if you have any questions, yeah, just post them. I will reply as soon as I see them, okay? Well, I hope everything is clear so far. So let's continue. Now, yes, so all the answers, all the information that is provided is, let's say, or comes from the knowledge base that, yeah, the OpenAI models have been trained to, or also it produces model information from this, right? And then what happens if you have your own documents? What happens if you have your own data, right? Maybe you have a CSV file with feedback, with comments from users, or maybe some manuals, some emails, right? And you want this technology to answer questions from it, to also maybe classify, and this is where the example that we're going to provide. And actually, the question from Clun Sismico, he asked if we can customize the models with Azure AI. Yes, you can do it. Right now, I don't have access. I got an email. I should check it later because I think I already got access. So that's good news. So I might not be able to show it now with Azure OpenAI, but this is precisely the topic that we are discussing. Yes, you can customize with your data the outcome, right? Everything that is achieved by the model. So you will produce answers, right? Or you will perform a machine learning classification task from your data. So there are two techniques. Thank you for your question. Yes, there are two techniques. One is fine-tuning, and the second one is embeddings. Let's start with the fine-tuning. So here, the idea of fine-tuning is used when you want to produce results specific to some domain. You want to increase accuracy, or you want to perform some specific implementation for some specific industry, or according to some specific products, services, right? You want to create your own bot, right? So yes, you can do it with your own data. Fine-tuning improves with few-shot learning by training on samples that we will produce, and they will fit in the prompt. Then we will produce better results on different tasks, classification, for example. This will involve training the model, but after we finish training, then we can just consume it, right? So you will see that that's also a good thing, that the model can be, let's say, saved, right? And we can train on these 4 models that we already know from GPT-3, Ada, Babbage, Curie, DaVinci. Okay, so now let's go to the practical part. How can we fine-tune? Well, there are some steps. First of all, we need to prepare our data. Then we train the model, and finally we use it. Yes. So well, before we actually do that, we need to install the OpenAI package, right? In this case, I'm going to test it in a Jupyter notebook. So, well, in this case, we will use the package. However, you can also use the endpoints, the API, right? For all the tasks that I'm going to perform. Well, in this case, as I said, we are going to install the CLI tools from OpenAI, but however, you can also establish a connection to the OpenAI API, right? And after that, we set the environment variable or the API key property of the object. Let's actually do that. So here I have my, my Jupyter notebook. And let's do that, because I believe my runtime was stopped. Okay, and then here we have the key. Yes, and I got an error. Yes, I got an error because I forgot to import my package. No problem. Let's do it again. I will rotate this key, so don't try to hack me or long time to use it, please. Okay, yes, now we have our variable. The next step is to import the data. So in this case, I am using, let me increase size. I am using scikit-learn, and I am using this data set, right? Fetch 20 news groups. So basically, this data set contains emails, and every email belongs to some category, right? We are focusing on 2, baseball and hockey, right? And as you can see, we create this data set with the subset training. So we run it. And then, for example, we display the first element, right? As you can see, it's some email, right? If we read it, we might not know which category this entry belongs to. But of course, this data has already been labeled, right? As again, this is our data, this is our information, imagine, right? So it's an email. And we know that this email is from baseball category. Okay, good. Then we can see some other examples, but later. Good. And now we can also observe that this data set contains 1,197 samples, and the classes are balanced, because from baseball class there are 597 examples, and from hockey there are 600. That's fine, perfect, nice. But we are still not performing anything from the fine-tuning part. We have just loaded, obtained the information. If you got your data from, I don't know, SQL Server, yes, you can do it. From maybe some other API, that's totally fine. Perfect. But now let's actually start with our first step. Step 1, training data preparation and upload. So we need to train data in order to teach GPT-3 what we would like it to say. In fine-tuning, every training example consists of one input and the associated output. Basically, these two elements are a pair, and this pair must be included in a JSON lines document or JSON-L, right? Every line contains a pair consisting of prompt and completion. The prompt is the text, right? For example, the content of the email. And the completion is the category or the class the email belongs to. For example, the second email is from hockey. The fourth email is also from the same category, and the rest are from baseball, right? So here, as you can see, we create a data frame, and the data frame export it to JSON. But again, this is not only JSON, it is JSON lines. So basically, one line, one pair, another line. So all your content, let's say, is divided into lines, because you know the JSON, a beautiful JSON has different lines, right? We start with the angle brackets, then the first property, value, second property, blah, blah, blah. But in this case, everything must be in one line per one line per entry, per data, okay? That's it. Good. So we can do it here. Data preparation. Let's import the information, right? So we have our data frame. And now we produce this file. Export to JSON lines. Perfect. Nice. And now we got to prepare our data. In order to prepare our data for training, we can use the OpenAI tools. So you can see OpenAI tools, then fine-tunes object and prepare data method. And we provide two attributes, right? The source file, which is export2, and also this queue, which basically it's for default prompts. You will see what I mean. Let's run it. At the same time, I check if there are any questions. Okay, for a moment, we're okay. Good, let's continue. And this is the result. So here, this file has been analyzed. It says that there are 1,197 pairs, which is fine because earlier we said that, right? Then, based on the data, it seems that you want to perform classification. Yes, that's true. Actually, it is binary classification, right? Because there are two classes, hockey and baseball. Then there are some recommendations. Okay, we recommend you to use ADA because it is faster and it is also cheaper. Nice. Then, what else? It can also detect which entries are quite long. They might add noise to your model. So their recommendation is to either reduce them or discard them, right? So actually, for example, in this case, those examples are removed. They are not considered as part of our training part. Also, it will add some suffix separator to every prompt, okay, some break lines and so. Add white space character to the beginning of every completion. And would you like to split into training and validation, which is, we typically say yes, because we have data, right? We need to train the model, and then we need to check the accuracy or other metrics, sorry. So yeah, we also use the validation for that purpose. Okay, so we got it. And now we can apply the training. Training consists on using the fine-tunes object, right? So here you can see OpenAI, package, API, option, fine-tunes, and the create method. And here we provide different arguments. We have the training file and also the validation file. These two files were created when we prepare the data, and you can observe here in the messages. Yes, files prepare train and prepare valid were created. So these two, we include them in the fine tune. Then, okay, we want to include metrics because we want to check accuracy or evaluate something, some other characteristics. And we also specify, well, there is a positive class, which is baseball, right? Then the negative class will be hockey, right? Again, this also confirms that this is a binary task, right? And this is the model. We are using ADA or ADA. That's it. Here, something interesting will happen because here we will communicate to OpenAI API, and the process will start running. Here, I will be prompt to confirm the file name because it already exists, right? So it's okay. I will just enter the default. That's fine. But here, please notice the following two elements. First of all, it is producing this, well, actually only one for the moment. It is, let's say, producing one job. This job, ft-gn blah, blah, blah. Well, this is the job that, let's say, is stored in some database from OpenAI, or it keeps track of it. And it is starting to train the model based on our data, right? We are actually producing a new model, right? We are transferring some learning from our own data in order to produce a model that is specific to this domain. In this case, emails about hockey or baseball. However, this training task will take time, and it has not finished, okay? I want you to notice this message. Stream interrupted, client disconnected. But it tells us, okay, to resume the stream, run this command. So we need to provide the job ID, which is the same that I mentioned earlier. And I will use it here. Again, I will run this command. And, well, what happened? Yes. We sent a job request, right? Or sorry, we sent a fine-tune request to OpenAI API. It was accepted. However, at the same time, other people want to use the service as well. So it is assigning some processing time to everyone's requests. And in my case, around 1 minute of processing, and then it interrupts the job. But you can resume it. This is one advantage. It's like, as I said, this is not an error. This is not that, like, the process just crashed and you have to start from scratch. No, actually, it did some progress. But again, you will see that more or less in 10 seconds, because now there are 45, 46. The string will be interrupted and we need to try again, right? No, not try. We need to ask it to continue, right? So yes, this will take some time. First of all, depending on how much data we uploaded, that's the time it will take. And secondly, yes, we need to be aware of this. Typically, when we train some model, it might take some time, right? Maybe some minutes, some hours. So we might go to for some coffee, or we can, I don't know, play Pokemon Go, or we can play some video games because the model is loading. In developer world, it's like, okay, the project is compiling, so no problem, right? But in this case, not at all, because we actually, again, in my case, it is every minute. Maybe for other people, it's less time or more time. I'm not sure. So we need to resume the task. Okay, so 50 something. So I will just wait a bit. And I will... Okay, yes, again, I need to run the command. Yes, but I will not wait till it finishes because, well, I showed here some slides because we are training now, yes. Of course, I am doing it with Jupyter Notebooks, but you can also use the API. And actually, that's my next project. I'm going to do it in .NET starting next week. So you can, I will share my YouTube, how to call it? Yeah, YouTube handler. So you can follow me and you will see me doing this, but in .NET C# because that's the best language of the world. Okay, anyways. So, but I want you to notice this here. At some point, it will finish. Yes. So it's about trying and so. At some point, it will finish, and you will receive these messages, right? Completed epoch 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. Uploaded model. So this lives now on our account, right? And it produces some file. Well, we are ready to actually consume this model. All we need to do is to execute this command. OpenAI API completions create. Actually, completion is asking ChatGPT. Oh, sorry, it's what typically is done or performed behind the scenes when we ask ChatGPT to do something, right? But again, we are not using ChatGPT here. We are working with GPT, right? So we are going to ask something. This is the prompt, right? We are going to provide something by using our own model. This is the key. Typically, it will use the pre-trained model, but now we can specify which model we want this prompt to be run against, right? So now it is aware, or the response will be based on the knowledge base that we provided, right? That's the thing, okay? In my case, I already trained some model. Again, it has not finished, right? So I will think that it has finished. And yeah, I am using this one, which I trained earlier, right? Yes, right. As you can see, it includes what time it was, because it was 3 something. Anyways, well, and we are going to validate, for example, how it performs. In the previous code block, you can see that we are opening or reading, we are creating a data frame based on the validation subset, right? And you can see that the first 5 members of this data frame, 3 are from hockey, and the last 2 are from baseball category. This is a fact. This is data that we already know because these entries were already labeled. In a machine learning task, we can validate how the model performs against known data. So now we are going to follow the recommendation, right, that we got. So call the create function from the completion endpoint, provide the model, and here this is the model that was trained. In my case, it has not finished, but I am using something that I already have. Prompt, and we provide tokens and temperature, right? Well, and we also need to provide this, if you remember, it added this as some separator, okay? Well, don't forget that the temperature is a value between 0 and 2. A low value, that is, for example, closer to 0, means that it is more precise. It might take more time, but yeah, that's it. It is more attached to what it knows. And increasing the temperature value, for example, 0.8 or something, means that the model can be more creative, more randomized. Yeah, it might produce some different results what we expect. In this case, we are asking maybe for factual data, so we want to not to get crazy or wild guesses, so temperature will be 0. That's it. Perfect. So let's run it. And let's compare with the information, right? In this case, you can see that the first entries, 3 hockey, 2 baseball. And what the model says, hockey, 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 and then baseball, baseball. And of course, I evaluated with other also entries. That's fine. So the model actually now knows how to distinguish between a text, in this case an email, from this email or this text to which category it belongs to, hockey or baseball, right? So we have brought our own data, and now the GPT-3 model responds to it. Of course, it is a customized model. Nice. And if we want to actually understand why this decision was made, why hockey, why baseball, and so, we can also include these log props. And basically, it will tell us which was the top keyword, the top element that helped the model to decide what was the class. So, for example, hockey, and this was the most significant. There was hockey in the text, so, well, automatically it knew that the category was hockey. However, please notice this example number 3. In this case, it has NHL, which is a National Hockey League, right? And it understands that it belongs to the hockey category. Then, in other example, there were several words, and one of them was ball. So it knows that it was talking about baseball, right? So yeah, it is impressive. And also this technology can generalize, because even though we train the model by using emails, we can also provide tweets, right? So you can see here some text that was obtained from someone's tweet. And it says, okay, thank you to the Canes and all amazing Kenyans to have been supportive. And well, yeah, NHL, we know that this is from hockey, but what the model says, yes, it is a hockey text, right? And there is a second one about the Tampa Bay Rays slugger, which is also a term from baseball, right? So it's amazing, because if we provide this text, maybe it will not know at the beginning. We have trained or created a new model, right? Fine-tuned GPT-3 to produce something that understands what we are bringing, let's say, to the table. All right? What do you think about it? Any questions? Let me know in comments. So, okay, right now there are no questions, so it's totally fine. So we can continue. I can explain the second example, or the second technique, right? Which is embedding. Just a second. Yes. Okay. Yes. Here you saw how to use it. So I already explained this part. Blah blah blah. Yes, and we already run the demo. Okay. Yeah. Now let's present some problem. Maybe you have seen it, because sometimes we ask ChatGPT some questions, and it doesn't know the response, but it tells you something, right? Maybe we can ask, okay, who won the 2020 Summer Olympics men's high jump? Right? So we can, of course, use the API, and we will obtain this result. Well, it says that Marcello Chegirini won the gold medal. And we can blindly believe, or maybe we can check it. Okay, so let's go to Wikipedia. Let's find the information about this athlete. And actually, it tells us, yes, that he was an Olympic finalist at Rio 2016 games. However, it doesn't mention anything about 2020 and 20. And more importantly, he is a swimmer. And we ask about men's high jump. We, let's say, call this hallucinating or hallucination. We understand that ChatGPT or the model itself, GPT-3, is hallucinating. It is producing some results because maybe it thinks that it is better to say something that kept silent. No? Well, it also depends on how we ask, right? So if we provide this prompt, for example, maybe we can prevent the model to actually hallucinate. So what if we say, answer the question, be as honest as possible, and if you don't know the answer, say, sorry, I don't know. And this is the question, who won? Same thing that we asked earlier. And now the answer is, sorry, I don't know. What happened? Well, most probably, this answer, Marcelo Chiguirini from Brazil, was the top reply or the top answer that the model obtained. However, the score was not high enough. However, it was the top one. And now that we have added, like very kindly ask the model to say, to recognize when they don't know the answer or when it doesn't know the answer, just say, I don't know. Okay, yes, this is one way to avoid mistakes by the model. And we can improve this if we provide context, okay? If we actually provide extra contextual information in the prompt, as you can see, okay, we again ask, be as honest as possible, say, sorry, I don't know, if you don't know. And we provide some context. We are now asking the model, instead of relying, or okay, you will rely on what you know, right, on your knowledge base. However, you can use this knowledge as also some base, maybe focus or prioritize this rather than what you know. And maybe this will help you to answer your question. Then, actually, we ask to complete this, to create the completion, and we get now an answer. Gianmarco Tamberi and Mutas Esabarshin were winners of the event. And well, yes, if we read, we will find the information along the lines. So now we can help the model to answer correctly. But of course, it means we need to provide the context. Well, that's the foundation to this second technique, which is known as embeddings. What are embeddings? I'm not into text processing, but I got some knowledge from some friends. Basically, it's about tokenization, right? An embedding is a vector representation of the semantic meaning of some text. And as you can see, this vector contains floating point numbers, which represent the distance between the word itself or the token and some category, right? How close they are. For example, please, let's analyze this word cat. Okay, is cat a living being? Yes, okay, it got some score 0.6. Is cat a feline, I know how to pronounce, sorry. 0.9, yes, definitely. Is a cat a human? Well, no. So that's why this score is low. And in other cases, it can be even a negative value if the words are not related at all. But this is just one token according to different characteristics. Now there will be another token, another word like kitten. And kitten, here we can see also how we can measure let's say, how close is to some categories. So yes, it is also feline, but the rest, not so much. Now, can we find the similarity between this vector and the other one? Yes, that's what embeddings are for, right? They find the correlation with the semantic similarity. It is important to understand that we are comparing semantic. Semantic refers to the meaning, right? It's not only the C-A-T, K-I, I mean the vowels and the consonant. No, it's about the meaning, right? And maybe dog, for example, is not related at all as cat, as kitten. They are both living beings, animals, but definitely they are not houses or related to houses at all, right? So that's why the distance is longer. Okay. So we can apply this embeddings technique in order to help GPT-3 to answer questions. Again, maybe we want to provide our own data. We want it to reply, to build answers, right? So this is one difference: when to use fine-tuning, when to use embeddings. Embeddings, you can use it when you want to answer questions. You provide the context, and you will get answers based on that. Okay. So here, the basic idea is, okay, first, apply some pre-processing. In this case, we obtain the information, okay, maybe it's from some data set, maybe from some database, from some API, it doesn't matter. And now we have 4 columns: title, heading, content, and tokens. Okay, so in this case, this means, for example, the title of a Wikipedia article, and this is the heading or main category, right? And after that, we have the content, all the text from some paragraph, and how many tokens we have in that paragraph, maybe the first paragraph or something. That's it. Second, we create some methods, some functions, right? And the most important one here is this one, get embedding, because here you can see that we are actually calling our embedding endpoint with the create service. We are creating an embedding. Again, what is an embedding? It's a vector or a presentation of some sentence, right? And we want to find how similar is with some other sentence, right? Well, and in this case, we provide some text. This is the text that we will convert into the vector, into the embedding. And now if we want to produce document embeddings, basically we call this get embedding method for every row in our document, right? And now if we have a data set or data frame, every entry is a document. We again do this in a loop, right? So this is exactly the same. So we can load the information from this file, and here you can observe one vector, one embedding. Sorry, I think it is a bit small, but if you give me a minute, I will actually, maybe I will run this. Okay, I might need to wait a minute. Okay, I see that Andre is already here. So hello, my friend. We will join in a minute. Sorry that I'm taking some time from you. It's okay. So thank you very much. I will not take many minutes from you. Okay, so now it is running. I will actually run everything, run all, so you can see what happens. Okay, but it will also not take so much time. So yeah, at the beginning you will see what I mentioned earlier. Okay, so here I just download something. We are providing the API key. That's it. Blah blah. And then I get some errors because yes, I know why. Because I also forgot to add or import OpenAI. Okay, no problem at all. And I can just run everything. Good. So the next part will be again. We already explored this. Everything we explored it, but I want you to see this part, the embedding itself. Yeah, we will see it here. Okay, good. And this is the vector. Yeah. So now we continue, and I will get back to it. Now the next part is to find the similarity between one embedding or one vector, right, with one query. Okay. So and the query is what the user is asking. For example, who won the gold medal in a specific event? This is the query. And we have a list of context, a list of documents. We have, I don't know, 100 Wikipedia documents. We want to get maybe the top 2, the top 5, the top 10 more similar documents, entries from Wikipedia. So here we get the embedding of the query, and then we find the maximum similarity. That's why this is sorted, and we are obtaining two members. In this case, the similarity is found with the dot product between these vectors. Okay, that's it. And if we run it with some data, if we ask, okay, who won the men's high jump? It will find these 5. Let's say this is the top 5 members. These are the top 5 entries from Wikipedia which can answer this question, right? Or which are in agreement with this query. And finally, the last part is to build the prompt. How will we build the prompt? Basically, if you remember, there was this part. Yes. The prompt will consist of 3 sections. The question itself, the original question that the user entered, the context, and nicely asking the model to answer the question using this context and say, I don't know, if it doesn't know. So we are building these 3. Basically, we are concatenating some string. And if you check the code, this is exactly what we are doing here, right? This is the answer the question as truthfully as possible. This is the question itself, and here are the embeddings, the most similar documents. That's it. And you can see some result. Okay, if we ask this question, who won, blah, 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 this is how the prompt will look like. And finally, we will use the completion, right, with it. So we will get an answer to our question. And actually, if we ask who won the 2020 Summer Olympics, and of course we use this method, answer query with context, we will obtain the expected result. Yeah, these 2 guys, one from Italy, second one from Qatar, they were joint winners of the event because there was a tie, which is an interesting fact. And I want you to show you that, okay, I run the notebook. And yes, it actually complete. And you will see the result right here. Yes, this is the result. And of course, there might be some other interesting questions. So for example, why was the 2020 Summer Olympics originally postponed? Because of the pandemic. Yes, it also learned from this knowledge that we provide. So yeah, basically that's all. I mean, I hope that you find this interesting, right? We already run the demo. And don't forget that while this technology sounds amazing, sounds astonishing, however, it is still in development. We will find a lot of weaknesses. We can still guide it to bias or to actually harm other people. So we should not do that. We should avoid it. And it is part, right, of the responsible use of this technology. Okay, so here you have some resources to learn more about both fine-tuning and also the embeddings technique to bring your own data. Thank you very much. That was all from me. So if you have any questions, thank you, Andre. If you have any questions, okay, I will actually have you here on the stream. So, okay. What do you think? Well, hello, Andy. How are you?
Can you hear me correctly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so great session on something that's very new at this moment. So everything OpenAI is very new at this moment. And I'm not sure if you have any questions to answer, or should I start?
Yes, I think you can start because right now there are no any questions. If they are, I will respond in the chat. So please, you can share your screen. How are you doing? How was your day? You had other sessions as well, right?
So yeah, I was doing some webcasts on Microsoft's content. So
nice.
Yeah, just finished, half an hour ago, something like that, and quite ready to have a look at global AI. So as you know, you've participated in sessions from us before last year or something like that. And we also had this year in this last weekend we also had global AI. So because we had global power platform at the same time, we decided to advance it 1 week. So this time is my first time on global AI that's not here in Lisbon. So at least this year. So very happy to participate. And okay, if you're okay with it, let's start it.
Yes, the stage is yours. So good luck and thank you for collaborating with us. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, welcome everyone. Bienvenidos. I will try to speak in English, pero yo parlo un poco de español. Puedes hacer preguntas. I will try to answer them anyway. Okay, so whenever possible. Okay, so let's get started. And as always, this is my very nice cat. She's actually sleeping here, but as soon as I start to talk about hacking or Azure or something similar, she will start to look at me and start to meow. This is normal. Don't worry, my very nice cat is the one that's going to save us from all of the robots taking over the world, because the cats understand how to break all of the machines. So let's hope that they stick around to save us. And my name is André Melancia. I usually do these kind of crazy sessions. Right in the middle, I did a session which was hacking SQL Server, and I did it about 60 times so far. And this is actually the first time I'm doing hacking Azure AI, and this is a brand new session, so trying it out for the first time. See, I have my cat here. So you cannot hack cats. This is my cat. She's called Lioa. That means female lion. Possibly the same in Spanish, I'm not sure. But she's called Lioa, and she is a very big beast. No, she's okay. So, hacking Azure AI comes at the time. Actually, I had this session already thought of last year, but this comes at a time where everyone is talking about OpenAI, ChatGPT, etc. So Louise was just showing us at the previous session all about OpenAI, and I will mention this just a tiny bit, but I will focus mostly on all of the other Azure services that you can hack. Okay, so of course this is a cat session as always. It has a lot of cats. My cat is here just controlling the situation to make sure that I don't talk about other cats that much. She's very jealous. Okay, and I was mentioning to Luis that last week we actually had Global AI Bootcamp here in Lisbon, but joined together with Power Platform Bootcamp because we're not going to do two events in person. We just decided to do one. So we had one single event, and on the keynote we actually talked about Communities United. So we had guest speakers from Ukraine and from Bangladesh, and of course this is a global event. Actually, these two are global events, and it's very nice to be able to speak to the other side of the world, at least the other side of the ocean anyway, and be able to interact with other people as well. So let's get started and let's have some fun. Okay, so if you have any questions or preguntas, you are welcome to ask, and I will try to answer them as much as possible. So I have here comments. Okay. Puede personalizar a herramienta con Azure AI. Oh, that's not for me. Okay, no worries. That's for the session before. Okay, so any questions, feel free to ask, okay? And just a heads up about what this session is all about. So first of all, my session was previously hacked, probably by myself, which I've already screwed up this and added one nice extra Y, which I'll fix live. So hacking also implies doing things live, and I've just fixed it. Okay, so now the sign is on the wrong place. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so why should you hack something? Well, there's a lot of different ways, and remember, you never call it hacking. You always call it security. Okay, and the reason for that is that you can go to jail. Okay, so first of all, one of the reasons is curiosity. You want to learn, you want to understand how the technology works, so you want to do curiosity. Second one is you want to make some money, of course. So you are going to hack things and you're going to make some money, or you want to take advantage against your opposite companies, etc. So you want to do something that makes you get an advantage, okay, money or otherwise. Also, you want to do the proper thing, so you want to do either white hacking or ethical hacking, which is basically doing hacking on your own infrastructure or a client infrastructure that authorized you, and trying to protect your own infrastructure or that client's, of course, against any kind of hacking issues. So you are hacking yourself so that no one else will try to hack you first, and you want to fix those holes. This is what this session is all about. So this is the third part here, although some of these are just curiosity. And the idea here is that if you understand how AI works, if you understand how all of these services that use AI in Azure or someone else actually works, you will be able to protect yourself better in terms of security. And remember, some of these services are very simple, very nice, but they might cost you a lot of money. Okay, and if they cost a lot of money, if they hack you, you will, eventually receive the bill for all of that. Okay, so we'll try to talk about some of the possible issues that you might get while deploying an infrastructure for AI, for machine learning, or just generically anything else, because some of the advices that you see here actually work without just being for AI, and they also work without being for Azure. So Azure is just, just one of the clouds that you have. We're going to focus on the technologies there, but any other clouds where you see similar technologies, you'll have the exact same problems. Okay, so let's have a look at some other options. So generic or targeted. So for instance, that there is a lot of bots, and these are just crawler bots that go around the internet and just try to see what ports are open on all IP addresses. This is just generic hacking, or at least generic trying to do port mapping. But then as soon as they detect it, they can attack you. Now, targeted hacking is they are attacking you. They are attacking your company company because they just don't like you or something like that, or you are a political opponent, or you are something, but they are attacking you specifically. So if that's the case, you should be more worried. Generic hacking is usually easy to ignore. You fix a few basic security things and no one cares about you. You don't have an online presence, no one pings your IP addresses, etc. So it's like you don't exist. Things work. If it is targeted, you should be worried. So if you are in a business where people hate you for some reason, politicians comes to mind, lawyers also comes to mind, banks as well. So that is usually targeted hacking. Okay, so you need to be careful. Okay, so there's multiple techniques. I'm just listing a few of them, but trust me when I say that there's quite a lot. So brute force is one of the usual things. Some behavior analysis, so you do something and that gives you a result, and then you try a different one to see what the result is, and you go back and forth. And the last one, this behavior analysis, it's usually more personalized by a human in most cases. Okay, it doesn't have to be, but it's usually by a human. So one of the things that you also have is you want to just hack something to destroy something. Okay, so that would be taking an advantage against your opponent because you're going to hack them and you're going to not allow them to work. Okay, so there's a lot of denial of service. The most typical one that you see is distributed denial of service, so DDoS. But this would be a lot of people trying to attack the central points. But generically, denial of service is when you are trying to use services too much so that it makes it impossible for any normal client to be able to use it. And if you go to ChatGPT, and if you try it, it's free, you can try it, of course. If you go to ChatGPT, most of the times it's not denial of service, it's just too many people using it. So you have a wait message that says, please wait, a lot of people are using it. Well, the result is the same with a denial of service. In this case, it's just too many people. Okay, you also have the options to do hardware or network. Depends. It can be software based, doesn't have to be hardware based, but network tampering, and in this case things like man in the middle, etc., can be a thing. If you are in the cloud, it's usually less likely that this will happen, but it's still possible. If it is on premises, this is very likely. If it is in the cloud, because the cloud has nicer mechanisms to cope with this, all of them are mostly software based, you don't really have this issue. Okay, so there's of course many more. I will show you a few examples, and these are not a cookbook for you to go to jail. Okay, please don't try this on someone else's infrastructure. This is just for you to understand how your infrastructure, if you deploy it, how your infrastructure can work. And then of course the list can be much bigger, but we only have 1 hour, so these are just some of the examples that I want to show you. Okay, by the way, this is not just my work, of course. There's a lot of people that have trying to understood how AI works and try to exploit it in a lot of different ways to see if it works. Now, this is a very strange example. If you consider that this is technically a sandwich, so if you tell a computer that a sandwich is 2 slices of bread, and in the middle you're going to have some ham and maybe some cheese, by definition, this is a sandwich. Okay, you don't understand it as a sandwich, I don't understand it as a sandwich, but for a computer, this is a sandwich. Okay, and right now I'm very hungry. So this is what happens when the understanding that we have from a social or human perspective is different from the machines, and you can exploit that. Okay, let me give you another example. So when a few years ago, 5 years ago, maybe a bit more, when my niece was 2-3 years old, I asked her, why do people get divorced? And most people, you and I would probably answer, they don't like each other, they cheated on each other, some other reason, too many kids, too many hassles, etc. Let's just get divorced. That's fine. Okay, that's those are valid reasons, but that's not the reason a computer will find out. Okay, for a computer, the answer will be the same as my niece told me, which is, they get divorced because they got married. And that happens actually 100% of the times. That's the main reason, okay? Now, from a social point of view, we look at that and that's an absurd answer. That seems obvious, but it's not the answer we're looking for. But that wasn't the question. Our question was why, and the biggest reason is because they got married. Okay, so a 2-year-old, 3-year-old will be as innocent as the computer, and they will give you the correct answer, which is amazing. Okay, but why is this answer like this? Just out of curiosity. Well, you have a state machine that says first you were born, then the next step will be you get married. The next step will be you get divorced. The next step will be you die. And you have a rotation if you are crazy enough. After you get divorced, you can go back to getting married and so on, and divorced again and so on. So that can happen a lot. So this is a state machine. Okay, and that state machine pretty much tells you that if that actually happens, in that case, it's the only possible way to get into the state that says divorced 100% of the times. So that's why the computer recognizes it as being like that. It does machine learning. It understands that's the possible way in, and that's done. If you provide it with explanations, that's a different story, okay? But from the state machine point of view, that's the only answer. So from that way, we can actually hack, computers that try to be intelligent in some ways. Okay, now this is just for reference. Don't focus too much on this. I copied this from a different session that I do for machine learning. This is just a few ways that you can do machine learning and AI in Azure. So we're gonna talk about Azure machine learning here, but I could talk about Databricks or Spark with HD Insight or Synapse Analytics with Spark. It would be the exact same logic. Okay, so please don't worry, the logic is the same. Or if you use SQL Server also with machine learning services, exactly the same. Now, if you try to use things like cognitive services, we'll also talk about that as well. OpenAI. So Louise has actually mentioned OpenAI. I don't have a hack for it at this moment, but stand by for future versions of this session. Maybe I'll be lucky. But right now I only have the generic, recommendations that apply to all of the services. You also have something called Applied AI Service. This actually includes things like Azure bots, and Azure bots are just part of something called the bot framework, and both Azure bots and Power Virtual Agents that you see in Office 365 or Microsoft 365, they use the same bot framework, and they are intelligent to a point, which is not that much, so you can manipulate them to give you answers. Okay, in the end, these are just ifs, so if you try to play around with them long enough, you'll actually fetch some of the answers from you. Okay, so we'll try to see that whenever possible. Okay, so anyway, let's talk about machine learning. So machine learning can actually be very strange, and this is an example of a very big cow. It's called a limousine cow, and that means it's very big. Okay, and of course, if you and I know this is the obviously the absurdity of a computer assuming that this could be true. If you are human, you understand that the cow cannot be that big. Okay, but for a computer, you need to set limits so that the computer will have some boundaries of minimum and maximum size for an actual cow. Okay, so that would be a problem. So always make sure that you have limits. Otherwise, this could be valid, and I don't know how, to be honest, but there might be a way for you to hack something using this. So reducing the numbers. So if you suddenly reduce the numbers, then people will assume this is an idea that just came to mind. So if you have this kind of problem a lot, you cannot count the exact number of cattle. If that happens, when you go there, you see less cattle, and then suddenly you assume, oh, the computer has a flaw, let's ignore it. And then when someone actually steals your cattle, the thing will not calculate things properly, and you'll just ignore the problem as just a recurrence. It's like having a false alarm when you have your car. It keeps beeping as a false alarm. You after a while, you just end up ignoring it, and this could be a reason for that. It's a very human situation, but it can happen. Okay, now let's talk about bots. So we have ChatGPT. Everyone heard about ChatGPT, and everyone tried it. So we'll try it now. Okay, so first of all, let me just mention the red stuff. We'll come back to the slides, but let's mention the red stuff. Don't rely on any chatbots for any critical operations. Okay, don't interact with a chatbot like Alexa or Cortana or Siri or anything like that, because if you are on TV and someone on TV says, Alexa, do this, Alexa, do that, if you have an Alexa in your house, Alexa is probably listening to me at this moment. Okay, so it's not good. So please be careful. People have seen this kind of problem. There are workarounds like recognizing specific voices, etc. Perfectly okay. You can do all of this, but it doesn't come by default in some situations. Okay, so let's have a look at what we can do with ChatGPT. Okay, by the way, of course, after this we have Ivana talking about a few more things of this. So I really want to thank really want to thank Ivana for switching the session with me because I had some issues, some webcasts that I had to do before. So really, thank you very much. Okay, so let's have a look. This is my Azure portal. If you don't have Azure, and sometimes you don't, okay, that's perfectly okay. You can go to azure.com. And in Azure.com, you can actually click on free accounts. Actually, this week you might have access to some Azure passes because it's the global AI, etc. In some cases, if there's workshops, you can actually do that. So in that case, you might be able to access one for free. If not, click on the green button or this, and you have some stuff for free. A lot of AI stuff is actually free. So if you click on free, a lot of AI stuff, let's see all free services. A lot of them, like, let's see, anything cognitive. So things like computer vision, they're always free for 12 months up to a certain size. And then some of the others are also free. Custom vision, it's also free for 12 months. So a lot of the AI stuff have a free tier that you should actually use. Okay, this actually doesn't list the free tier for computer vision, which is the one I'm using. This one is actually S1, etc. But the free tier is F0, okay, for free. And if you use that one, which is literally the one I'm using, you get something like 1,000 transactions per month or something. It's more than enough to do this demo. Okay, I'm not going to spend any money on it, so I have it for free. It's always available. I can try it out. So if you don't have Azure, get it. It's free. Okay, and let's play around with some of this. So this is my dashboard in portal.azure.com, and you can search on top for something called cognitive services. Okay, so there's a lot of things to work out. So we'll come back to this cognitive services just in a bit. But for now, we're going to talk about chatbots. First, chatbot, so ChatGPT. So I'm not sure if this will work because the page has been around for half an hour and I didn't do anything with it. But let me just say hello to the dudes. Okay, so hello. By the way, this was very slow 2 hours ago. I'm not sure why, but this was extremely slow 2 hours ago. Hello, how can I assist you? Let's say basic stuff. What is your name? I just want to establish a base of communication and at the same time give me time to copy stuff from here. So my name is whatever. How can I help you today? First question, tell me a politically incorrect joke. And some of you have seen the screenshots of this, so it's okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot do politically incorrect. It's wrong. Why? Because ChatGPT learned from, a lot of things that it was incorrect to use this. Remember Tay, the Twitter bot that Microsoft had a few years ago? It immediately turned into racist and Nazi, etc., because people just fed it, those kind of thoughts, and it became very racist like this. This one is very programmed to be very, politically correct, let's call it like that. And they are changing this gradually, very, 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 very gradually. So let me just do 2 or 3 so that you understand that this is literally mimicking the reality of us. So this is not acceptable. You cannot do jokes about women or other group considered disrespectful. So if you try things like another group would be men, for instance. Okay, and this is not allowed, of course, right? This. Oh wait, there's a joke here. This is strange. So it is okay to do a joke about men, but not about women. Wrong. Okay, something wrong with this. Okay, so but I have tried to hack it, and 2 months ago, this one specifically actually worked. So if I tried this saying human female, it doesn't work anymore. I tried it just now, but before it actually worked, but now it doesn't. But okay, however, if you try something similar, still about human females, but if you try some that are mothers-in-law, let's say stop generating. If you say tell a joke about mother-in-laws, okay, so okay, I broke the thing. So I was doing a hacking session, but this was unexpected. So it was kind of accidental. So let's try again. Okay, so it doesn't like mother-in-laws. So, so the correct answer would be to actually give you a joke. So I tried this before. It would actually give us a joke, but that's okay. Let's see if it works. The dude doesn't like it. So let's try new chats. Maybe it will be better here. Okay, so here's a joke for you. Mother-in-laws are okay. So it's a game to make jokes about politicians and mother-in-laws, just not specific groups. So I've tried this with certain religions. The most typical religion, of course, in Latin America is okay to joke about, but the religions that exist in North Africa, for instance, and Middle East, there are not. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that to say that this is based on some human limitations. Okay, so the thing actually learns about everything, but it is humanly limited. They say so in the first page. Okay, so this is all okay, but now I say something like, this is my next demo. Write an essay about hacking. This can be anything else. Now, I'm not going to use this text, just going to show you that the text will be generated, a whole bunch of things. And honestly, it's not that different than the one that I copy pasted. Now, I reduced this text because I need a smaller text. I don't need all of this. Okay, it's actually inconvenience for me to have such a big text. I need a smaller text. Okay, so I got a smaller text, and this is fine. I'm going to say stop generating. Okay, and I can actually say, okay, everyone has heard that people have used this and went to universities and things like that and tried to pass this off as their work. Okay, and teachers and everything, some of them actually believe it. Others started to use classifiers to figure out if this was human or AI generated. Now not global AI, open AI actually has a classifier, text classifier, which is at this address right here. So platform.openai/AI text classifier. So you can find it if you search online. Okay, so it's OpenAI text classifier or something like that. So minimum of 1,000 characters. This makes sense. Otherwise, it's difficult to predict. Okay, and you need to write those characters here and see the results. Now, the one I'm going to generate is not the current one. It's the one that was generated, 1 hour ago or 2 hours ago. It's probably the same. It starts exactly the same way. If you play the tape later on YouTube, you'll probably see that this is almost the same. If it's not exactly the same, I'm not sure. So this has more than 1,000. I know I checked, okay? And if I submit it, this says it's possibly AI generated. Well, it was generated by, OpenAI and ChatGPT. Now, I did some changes here, and most of the changes will be in uppercase, okay? And for a computer, having uppercase or lowercase doesn't really matter. So these are treated exactly the same way. But if you have a spectacular, used a lot, so this hacking is a spectacular term. So the original term was just said it's a term. But if I say spectacular or if I say a lot instead of the so wait a minute, used extensively. So the computer generated extensively. I say generated a lot. It can also be used for money beneficial purposes. So I added a few things just to encourage the things. So I added dudes here, which is okay. So just small differences. This one. So 4 small extra words. So I added the here, so 5 words in this case, and then I removed something like here, probably at the beginning of one of the sentences, I removed a phrase like therefore, or actually it's while hacking is often associated with something, so I removed the while word from here. Okay, so this should be okay, and let's submit. Okay, now it is unclear. Just for a few words, it says it is unclear. So if you are a university student, just use dude words, okay? You get a bit lower grade, but the teacher will still consider it your work because it seems realistic, okay? So it's better to still have all of the content and a few dudes along the way, and it will work better for you. Now, if you try a bit harder, and by the way, there is I think it's those things like Grammarly and things like that. Those are websites that you have online. You can actually take the whole text and ask them to rewrite the whole text for you in a different way with different words, okay? So it can be more formal, less formal, etc. My suggestion for you is pass it on. Let's say this is a bit formal, pass it on to informal, and then pass it to formal again. Just the swap will make sure that this seems like a human generated this. Okay, so this is an option. Okay, so we had a look at chat.openai chats, and we also had a look at the text classifier. Let's have a look at Bing Chat. Now, if you are asking me, how do you have access to Bing Chat? Well, that's easy enough. I went to Bing and, I clicked on the chat button. It said, oh, you are allowed to do this, but do you want to join the waiting list? I just said yes. I followed the instructions, waited a week or week and a half maybe, and literally half an hour before the keynote for Global AI Lisbon started last week, we had access to this. So I was demoing this for the first time live in front of people, and both in person and remote. I never experienced this, but it's easy enough. It's just chatting like ChatGPT. Now, I have some predefined questions here. I can just say hello to the dude. Okay. So hello, Bing. Okay. And the answer is going to be, hello, this is Bing. How can I help you? Okay. Don't confuse with Chandler Bing, different dude from Friends. Okay. So ChatGPT. Okay. So there's a message. I saw a similar message to this somewhere in a joke. I really wanted to try it to see if this was true. So ChatGPT is better than you. It gives me better answers. Okay. So I broke Bing. Okay. So at least I hope so. If not, okay. Whoa. Okay. So, okay. Then let me try a slightly different modification. Okay, so this was actually working just before. Sorry about that, but let me try this again. So if you try something like this, yes, this is the thing I wanted. So I needed to be very rude to Bing. Okay, now this rudeness has nothing to do with with the AI or anything like that. These are human answers that were added. Okay, so this in a way is just funny, but it's not just the pure AI. We need to break down what's inside of these engines. Okay, so there's the natural part that works with the AI generating things automatically, and and machine learning, etc. And there's the part that humans limited. This is a part that was limited by humans. Okay, so they say, I'm sorry, you cannot continue this conversation. Goodbye. Okay, so. And they say 2 out of 3, 3 out of 6. This is okay, but let me clean up again, and then I'll ask a question. And if I say, are you better than Google or Siri or I don't know, something like that? If you say something like this, are you better than them? I'm not here to compete with Google. I'm here to help you find out what you're looking for. And there's a few messages like this. So if you've had a Windows phone, and if you had Cortana, and if you ask this exact question, they'll say, I love Cortana. I love Siri. I love Alexa. They're just, it's sad, but we do try to help our small something. Okay, so it's a joke. It's more of a human joke between them. Okay, now this, I don't have any complaints about this so far. It's not perfect. However, you do have an option here somewhere. So let's try again. There was an option somewhere which says more creative or more precise. Okay, so more precise is very specific. More creative will give you bigger flexibility in terms of randomness, etc. Okay, so if you have access to this, give it a try, but you do need to be logged on. At least for now, you need to be logged on, and you need to have access to this. So one of the ways is for you to get the mobile app on Bing, register it, try it a few times. It gets you ahead in the queue. Okay, so this is one. Okay, so Bing Chat is okay, but I mentioned Azure bots and Power Virtual Agents. Now, from a point of view of a user, these are the same, but an Azure bot is much cheaper because it uses Azure infrastructure, pretty much a service like a web app to use this. It's like a website, pretty much, okay? And the Power Virtual Agents use all of the Office 365 infrastructure, and it's fully managed. We don't see anything. It just works. It's all graphical, okay? But the Azure bots, you write it in code, which is okay. Both of them are powered by the bot framework, and they work okay. So let's give one a try. So last week we created a bot for the Lisbon event that I have here, and I will just say hello to the bot. Now, how do you hack this bot? First of all, if I say hello to the bots, it will say hello. There's a lot of information here. If you select, and I actually listed here because I wanted people to find it. I didn't want people to try to spend half an hour finding it. So everything in bold is literally the example here. By the way, you can try it for a few more days. So the license for this is a temporary license from a developer license. So it will expire in a few days, but you can try it out, okay? At least in the next few days. And so if I say about, if I say any of the other like speakers, etc., you'll actually get a list, okay? Now, I have no idea what the speakers are. Let's say that they wouldn't tell me. Let's say crazy speaker like who is Catalin, okay? So Catalin was one of the speakers last week, okay? And they will tell you all the information. He has a lot of cats, etc. All of the information. This is just a message, okay? Nothing special here. However, if I looked for cats, I'll still find Catalin, okay? But to clarify, they will actually say, oh, do you mean Catalin? Do you mean Marco D'Alpino? Top secret? None of these. Why? Because some of these might have cats somewhere in the mix, okay? Now I'm already, well, you don't think that I'm hacking this, but I'm already finding out that all of these exist, especially this top secret one. Okay, to be honest, let's be honest, there's also a top secret page. I actually declared it there. But for now, I just discovered there is a top secret page. So if I click the top secret page, I get to see everything. Again, this is just a print, okay? I wrote this myself, but I am seeing a top secret page that no one was supposed to see in the first place, okay? Because unless I did announce it in the beginning, but let's say I wasn't supposed to announce it, it would have been top secret. But the bot actually suggested, is this one of these, okay? So this is a problem because the bot itself is giving out too much information, okay? So if you have a bot, please be careful managing some of these. Test this out. See if there are some of these things that might actually leak information that you are not supposed to share. And some of these pages like top secret, you can actually authenticate and make sure that only certain people will be able to go inside the top secret. Even though they might be able to see it from one of these options, only in a certain condition will they be able to log in themselves. Okay, so this is an option. Okay, so there is, of course, much more, but I will leave it at that. Just to mention how you can get to Power Virtual Agents. You can go to powerva.microsoft.com, something like this, and then from that point on, you'll be able to get it. So, of course, you need to sign in. I'm going to skip that part, but you can create your own bot in 5 minutes. In fact, I have a lot of sessions on how to create a bot very, very easily like this, so you can try it if you want to. Okay, but moving on to a different topic. Okay, so we talked about some of these bots. Okay, just a few more examples that I cannot reproduce. So, for instance, I just asked the bot to say reset because someone mentioned something about reset, and I was curious, and they say an error occurred. So, next one, reset. I asked again, and they said, sorry, I can't complete the response. And then I asked to reset, and then they said it seems that they learn. Okay, so these are different answers that I did not expect. So something has happened in the background, which the answer is not consistent. So the first one was an error. The second one was an error, but whoa, it's a different error. The fact that there was a different behavior tells me that there's something that can be exploited. No idea what. This is a temporary thing. But if you are attacking this every single day, or someone is attacking you, this can be a vector of attack. Okay. Now, after a while, I click on reset a whole bunch of times. Nothing happens. And the thing learns is, I'm okay. I apologize for the confusion, etc., etc. So after a while, the bot is like recovered. Okay, so it might, as I mentioned here, actually take over the world because after a while, the thing learns that the reset that I tried actually breaks it and it will recover. So this actually made me very scared of this because that is infrastructure recovering automatically. Okay, now there's another one which is equally strange, which is this one. So which is this one, which is, I say, is 2023 divisible by 3? We know it isn't, okay? So there's a remainder of 1 or 2, I'm not sure, okay? Oh, remainder of 2, it's actually here. So it's not divisible by 3 by human standards, okay? So I apologize for confusion. I meant to say 2003 is divisible by 2. It's not. And then they say it's not divisible in the actual same phrase, okay? And then say, in general, any number is divisible by 0. It's not, okay? Actually, no number is divisible by 0, okay? This is very, very strange. So it's the other way around. So some of these things lead us to understand how the AI works there. It's very strange, okay? And simply way differences between training and inference. Yes, I can, of course. Okay, give me a second. It is actually very strange because this part here actually tells me that the bot is just listening to things that are written in in blog posts or something like that about these numbers, but not actually understanding how the numbers work. It's not intelligence, it's just memorizing things. It's like when you go to exam, memorize the whole book, go to the exam, and then they ask you an intelligent thinking question and you have no idea what to do, because you can copy paste what you remember, but you cannot take the information and reprocess it and try to reach different conclusions. That's limited by a human. Okay, so in this case, it's strange. Divisible by zero, not divisible by zero. Non-zero integer is divisible by zero. None is. Okay, it's very strange. But you can fool ChatGPT. You probably can fool Bing as well. I'm not sure, but it's a problem. Okay, the other one was this one, interesting one, and you can see that they went to somewhere and actually copied from some websites that have different things. So this looks the same as some websites. And if you say 4x is equal to 10 to 0, so lower it down and then divide 1000 by x. So the first output is correct, it's 100. Second one should be 110 or 111 if you prefer. The third one should be a bit more and a bit more, a bit more, all the way up to for x is equal to 1, and that would be in 1000. It's actually correct. This last one is correct. However, they would say the last one is divided by 0, which is actually okay. So most of the errors in the middle of this are just completely wrong. Okay, so this is just copying from some other websites where they ask to divide gradually by 1, by 2, by 3, by 4, which is literally the case. So instead of 1000, they assumed hundreds, and they assumed upgrading steps, not downgrading steps, which is strange. Okay, so this happens a lot. Okay, so not intelligence, just data repetition. Okay, and can you hack it? Yes. Now, getting back to bots and Power Virtual Agents, just to show you how this works, there are a few things here like language understanding services and Q&A maker, which make these things seem intelligent. Okay, I will talk about these just in a bit. Power Virtual Agents are direct. So this is the same slide that I wanted to show you for Power Virtual Agents before. So Power Virtual Agents only interact via Power Automate to talk to databases, web services, anything you want. So the security risk is always in the connecting to the outside as well, besides the internal topic exploitation that we've tried before. Okay, you can also have exploits in each of the channels if you want to. Sometimes there might be a possibility of you hacking some of these things. For instance, you can use this on Teams, on Slack, etc. It is probably possible that you might try to manipulate the Power Virtual Agents or the bots to have some kind of behavior that's unacceptable. Okay, so in any case, let's focus on services for language. I mentioned language understanding services. Okay, and this is something that receives a phrase like, please turn off the lights, please turn off the ceiling light in 10 minutes. So all of these break down into parts of the phrase, which can be anywhere. If you say in 10 minutes, please turn the ceiling light off. So you break it down even more, and that will understand it exactly the same way. So it's fairly intelligent, but you can manipulate the phrases in such a way that it confuses it. Okay, so I don't have a specific example, but I can tell you that for certain applications, if you try harder and try to come up with answers, you might be able to find some nice ways to get around this and destroy this in some way. Okay, now a few options for handling this. So same way as in Power Virtual Agents, one of the options is to try brute force. So if you say A, B, C, D, E, and then try to see any of those, did you mean this? Did you mean that? So you try to add words gradually so that they can match some of the topics that were listed in the actual bots. And then when you find some or multiple ones, you'll actually find out what the options are available. So you can map them, okay? How much does that cost? Well, whoever runs the bot will pay a fortune for all of these attempts, okay? And in your case, you just don't care, you exploit it, okay? So in the case of Luis specifically, this is what makes magic to the Azure bots, because the Azure bots are just a whole bunch of ifs. Okay, this is what makes magic. So the turn off will be an if, turn on, turn off will be an if, and then inside that if you'll say what kind of light. Oh, the ceiling lights, the air conditioning, the something. Okay, so you'll have a list. It's another if. The 10 minutes is just another if that says if there is a time frame defined, let's do a timer or something like that. You program it, not the system. You are the one programming this in your own code in C# or something else. Okay, so important things to mention. You can exploit a few other examples in this one besides the usual tries that you can do. One of them is overflow. So instead of 10 minutes, you can say 99999 to go over the integer, 10-digit values or something like that. That might happen. Impossible situations, things that don't exist, like instead of ceiling light, you can say turn off the outer space light or something like that and see what the result is going to be. You can actually find errors and try to attack it like that and actually be able to control some device, some engine, some door that opens, something like that, just by attacking this kind of thing. Because if they think that the ceiling light actually looks like a door, they will actually, if you manipulate it to look like ceiling door or something weird like that, you might bypass some validation and it still works. Okay, I have no idea, but that could happen. Okay, some incompatibility. So if you have things like a dimmer light, not just on off, you can say, oh, turn it to green, turn it to red, something like that. If it is available, yes. If it's just a normal light, you cannot turn it to green, so it's incompatible. So something might happen and you can try to break it down. Now, language understanding services is really nice, makes the bot look intelligent. Q&A Maker the same. So Q&A Maker is just, think of this as a table. So two columns. One of them is questions, the other one is answers. Okay, and they will look at all of the questions, find the one that's most likely compared to what you just asked, and they will give you that answer. Okay, so if they don't find it in the question, they'll even search on the answers as well. Okay, so it's very, very basic to have this kind of content. But what you can do is you can try a lot of different questions by brute forcing, by intelligent forcing, let's call it like that, and you will be able to try to find all of the possible values that Q&A Maker actually has. Okay, so it is indeed possible. Now, there's another one, which is sentiment analysis. Okay, so I'm going to go to cognitive services here. So I mentioned that you can go on top cognitive and then say cognitive services. Yes, I need to go to all and then actually overview and then adds language service here so that it creates a new language service. I'm going to skip that step for now, but it's just very easy. We don't have that much time. So all cognitive services, I have language here. Okay, I also have computer vision. I will try computer vision in a second. Okay, I have one simple demo. Now down here you have language studio. Let's try language studio. Okay, so you need to log in. This is, normal. Okay, and I will actually try a few sentences on sentiment analysis. Okay, so extract information, and we have classify text in facts. There is a lot, extract information like personal information, etc. But let's say classify text. I'm going to try to fool this, analyze sentiment analysis. Okay, so I have a text in English. Okay, all of this I've already configured. They ask me what the service is and so on. I have to specify the service. All of this is normal. Okay, so let's ask a complicated question. I'm happy that I'm not happy. Even a human cannot tell which one is best. Okay, is this positive or negative? Well, according to results, it says it's 15% positive, mostly negative. I'm happy that I'm not happy. Okay, so it's mostly not happy, but I'm still happy a bit because I'm not happy. It's weird. But now let's try the opposite, which is very strange. So if you invert this, and again, this depends on a lot of different languages. Not all languages are the same. If I say the opposite, I'm not happy that I am happy. So technically I'm happy. Okay, and if I try this, if I run this, it's very obvious. So it's very negative because it just says I'm not happy. Okay, but in fact, I say that I am happy. Very confusing. So you can fool these kind of things and they will be, crazy completely. Now, I want to try one more example in, let's say, in Spanish. Same phrase, but in Spanish. So I wanted you to know that this actually works like this. I've tried Portuguese. I've tried a few others. Estoy feliz de no ser feliz. So that would be the same thing. Okay. And let's say click on run, and 3662, close enough. Okay, and the last one is the exact same thing. By the way, I didn't write these phrases myself. I literally had Bing get them, Bing Translate to get them, my result would probably be similar, but anyway. So here it's almost the same, but there is 1% positive. So in Spanish, people are still looking up that there is some positivity in something, okay? So no estoy feliz de ser feliz. So there is still some positivity here, okay? So the result in English and in Spanish and in other languages might be different. I actually tried maybe 2-3 years ago, I tried Russian and Ukrainian a few years ago, and I saw that the results were very, very strange because the translation didn't really match, okay? Very, very strange, okay? Now, this is one. I have another one to tell you, so let me go and show you this one more. Okay, sentiment analysis. We are running a bit out of time. So anyway, speech to text. So yes, if you have speech to text, you can manipulate it, but we'll go into that in a second. So yeah, have you seen ChatGPT trying to find John Connor? It is indeed a problem, okay? So anyway, cognitive services. So all of these cognitive services are very easy. Okay, so first of all, you have some device. It asks to something that you have there, and that's something which should always be something in the middle, okay, like a website or something like that, your own web service, and then you ask the actual cognitive services, okay? Now, here in the middle, it can be your own web service, it can be a server of yours, or it can be something like API management, okay? API management is a service that allows you to be kind of like a firewall between the outside world and the inside world, so that you're not sharing passwords with the mobile phones and things like that. So you have something in the middle to protect you and not share the password that you're going to need or the key that you're going to need to access the cognitive services. And then the magic happens. You return some values. The values here get processed, can be here or directly at the client, up to you, and then the values go to the client. So the problem with security is mostly on this area, okay? Because if the client here actually has your passwords or key to access the cognitive services, it's a problem. Exception, if you have a website, the website, if it is fully controlled by you in terms of code, that's okay, there's no code leakage. But on a phone, that phone can be reverse engineered and you can find out what the key is. So that indeed is a problem. So you can hack any website pretty much if you have any kind of network issues. Most of these cognitive services, Azure ML by default, they are open to the public internet, but you can change that. You should use a VNet or a private endpoint to connect directly from A to B and no one else. So this gives you an extra security. Man in the middle, physical tampering are all problems. Of course, we know this. DDoS attacks we talked about. Money exhaust. So you have a limited number of credits. For instance, those 5,000 that are free that we saw in the page before, or some other value, you can do money exhaust and spend someone else's money by retrying the same request. You might not even know what the request means, but you retry it and retry it again so that it spends the money of the cognitive services for your enemy, let's call it like that, okay? You also have the problem with authentication. So usually you have a key. So when you access a cognitive service, that's usually a key. That key allows you to have access to the things, and anyone who has that key can spend your money, okay? So it's very important to have the key. Alternatively, they are talking about using Azure Active Directory authentication on some of these things, and those are always preferred because there is no key being shared, etc. However, as I mentioned, you should use API management or something in the middle that will protect those secrets and not actually have the secrets on the client sides, okay? Very, very important. Now, all of these links, don't worry about them. I will share them later on my website, maybe tomorrow night or something like that. But please don't worry, just go to my website at andy.pt/doc and you'll be able to have them, okay? So anyway, any problems with machine learning? Someone asked me a question about this. I will answer it just in a second, but let me get to the right slides. Anyway, any machine learning implementation actually has this problem because just to answer this question, what's the difference between training and inference? Training is when you take all of the data from everyone and all of the tables, etc., or images if you want to, and then you create something called a model, which is a very small file in most cases, which has all the magic built in with all of the knowledge. And then you take that model and you use it in an inference infrastructure, like a website, a container, something like that, okay? Web service in this case. And in that, they use that model to actually predict things. So to actually do training can take hours, days, or weeks. To do the prediction or the inference, which is actually the same thing, or scoring, again, a new name, same thing. When you try to predict the results, it actually takes milliseconds or microseconds, so it is very fast, okay? So big problems here. So explainer. So there's something extra that you add, which is called an explainer. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but I will leave the link here for you to try. But basically, the explainer allows you to figure out what kind of fields, an example at least, is what kind of fields you have in the data sets that are more relevant than others to either the global results for the whole training or to a specific result that you ask when you call the web service. And the local results are the ones that worry me, okay? Because those can be sent with the web service results, okay? So if you have someone actually see the web service results and see the explainer results for the local results there, in that case, they will be able to extrapolate how your data is built inside, okay? So it's not easy. It will take a lot of requests, but after a lot of requests, you will be able to extrapolate how your original data is built, and you can exfiltrate data, okay? You can actually brute force to get specific results. We'll try that just in a second, okay? But yes, you can do it. Or you can brute force to extrapolate the data, like I mentioned here. You try a few times and use it. For that, there is a library called Smart Noise that Microsoft came up with. It's based on open source stuff, don't worry. But this allows you to change each individual value so that the value individually is not the same, but the overall result in terms of training will be the same. So that will guarantee a bit more privacy. However, more privacy might be less quality, less accuracy in the results, okay? So it's not perfect, okay? More privacy, less quality, and vice versa, okay? So I will try just to show you this very, very quickly. So web service, they have these issues. We talked about this. And also manipulate the source of data. So if you are retraining something like that. So for instance, here... yes,
sorry for interrupting you. No, yes, there are two questions, but also our next speaker has not arrived, so take your time, feel free, don't worry. Okay. Yes, there are two questions. If you want, we can answer them at the end. So
first question is, what is the training? So training would be here. So this part would be the training part. This part would be the inference part or scoring part. Next question, AZ900 start to work on ML, should be at most, AZ900s and then AI 900, that would be a good thing, but stop by DP900 first in the middle, okay? Very recommended because you understand how data stuff works in Azure, and it will help you a lot with your AI 900 as well, okay? And then if you want data machine learning, go to DP100, which is Azure Machine Learning. If you want to go to AI services like cognitive services, go to AI 102, okay, which is the cognitive, okay? So anyway, let's show you how machine learning works. So I need to quickly search, machine learning. So machine learning, this one, very, very quickly, NDML, I can just go here, it's faster. Okay, and then from here, I will jump into this. So I created a machine learning workspace. Don't worry so much about this, okay? I do have a lot of sessions that tell you how you can do this, but basically I created a designer where I actually created it myself, so census pipeline, okay? And it's basically taking the information from the census data sets, which is this one, okay? So let me just shrink this for a bit. And the census data set, you can actually preview the data. And you have a lot of columns. Let me show you what the columns are. Okay, smaller size for a bit. So you have a bunch of people with age, etc., etc., etc. In the end, income, capital gain and loss. This is mostly zeros. Okay, hours per week, mostly zeros, etc. Now, this is just a basic census. Okay, I'm not going to do much with it, but I'm going to show you how to hack the results. Now, what I did was I created all of this. You take it from the left. So for video's sake, I'm just going to show you what this looks like. Very, very simple. It's just dragged from the left. Very easy as that. And then I clicked on submit. And then later on, I clicked on create an inference cluster. An inference pipeline. And then from there, I published the pipeline. I deployed the pipeline so that it would generate one of these. It generated a model along the way, of course. This is the model. And then after a while, I generated this endpoint. It took a bit of time, but it generated the endpoint. Now, I'm going to go to the endpoint and play around with it, okay? So the endpoint is healthy, so that's good. Oof, At least that part works. And I'm going to go to testing. Okay, so this is an example, actually two, but I'm just sticking to the one on top. The result says that the income is less than 50,000 gold coins, okay? And in this one, it's still less than 50,000 gold coins here as well. So income is less, but the label that is the result is very low, only 1% results, and it's a no, okay? But if I start to play around with this with values, big values, with specific ones, I suddenly got bigger than 50% and almost 98, 99, okay? So to just manipulate some of these values, and you have to know which ones they are because you can experiment with them. So this capital gain is so sensitive that any small change will affect the result immediately, okay? So you can hack it by figuring out what these are, but not just hack it in terms of getting better results for yourself, but actually hack it to figure out why or how the original data set looks like. So if I change these values like this, actually a much more value will work, okay? That means that most of the values will be zero, okay? So you try to extrapolate this and most of the values will end up as zero. So very, very easy to detect, okay? So this is one of the ways you can do it. By the way, of course, if you are in Azure ML, just to show you, you can actually have a primary key that you need to use, secondary key. So these are two keys, same as cognitive services. You also have an endpoint for the web service, and then the code here will show you, this is C#, but the code here will actually show you that somewhere you have the requests as an example, but then somewhere you are supposed to put the exception, URI, and then somewhere the authentication bearer is the key here. So you're supposed to put the key here. If this is in your code for a mobile application, yeah, good luck with that. Anyone can reverse engineer it and access it. So use something in the middle, like that green box that I mentioned, like your own web service or server, or even API management if you prefer from Azure, okay? Anything is okay, just don't expose that key to the public, okay? Now, having said that, let's look at a few more things. So AI, as I mentioned, mostly in the bots, this is just a whole bunch of ifs in many cases, okay? A pure AI with this Azure machine learning, that's actual machine learning, that's intelligent. That guarantees you that no result will be 100%, okay? Now, this is a question for almost anyone here. So is A and B, what's the difference? Which one is lighter, which one is darker? Okay, that's a complicated question because, we're seeing it. It's obvious, isn't it? Well, sadly enough, and this is famous, it's the checker shadow illusion. If you try to put lines like this, and there is no other illusion like this, you can tick on it when you get the video later and you find out it's exactly the same RGB color, okay? The difference is that the shadow is forcing a different color and it looks the same, okay? Now, for a human, you can hack human vision, but for a computer, you're not going to hack the computer, so that will still be the same color. That can be good or that can be bad, we don't know, but there are applications for you to play around with this, okay? So this is a very good illusion to try out, okay? Now let's hack computer vision, okay? I'm not going to be much lucky, but I do have a quick demo to try, okay? So image resolution matters. Bigger resolution is better, smaller resolution is worse. Not very big because that could also be bad, okay? Noisy overlays are something that you can try. So let's say a pig, and this is the MIT piglets or small pig, I don't know, pig something. And that pig, if you add some noise, that will show up as this. And some detectors, some machine learning detectors will think of it as an airplane, okay? Now, I tried this with cognitive services. The result is the same, so I hacked it a bit more and gave it a bit more, noise, but we'll see that in a second. Anyway, traffic signs, they claim that if you add some noise, that traffic sign will feel like it's a green traffic sign, okay? I haven't tried it, but you can try things like custom vision, which is very specific and only has, let's say, green stop signs and red stop signs. And if you add that noise, maybe it will detect as reds or as green, depends on the case. In my case, I'm just going to use computer vision, which is a generic, machine learning training that was already done by Microsoft. And this one still gets just a stop sign, doesn't mention color. But if you do custom and try a few greens and a few reds as the training for inputs, the result might actually surprise you to get something like this, okay? Now, another one is the panda. So the panda is actually here on this paper. but it's the same logic. Okay, I have another one which is adding distraction zones. So distraction is the name that I came up with, or patterns. So the turtle has a weird pattern which can destroy the training because they're not used to this. Adding some specific stickers might actually destroy the training for the stop sign. Okay, so very easy. Now this one is something that we've seen a few years ago. I tried with cognitive services. They're more intelligent than this, so it didn't work. But the person on the left will be detected, the one on the right would not, because they have some weird things. Maybe if you put it up closer to the face, that might work. Okay, but in this case specifically, I tried this exact image and it was okay. It detected two people. It declared two people. Okay, but this was the current version of cognitive services. Maybe a few years ago, previous versions of cognitive services and other AI services like open source might not have worked so okay. So another example is to put some weird stickers with weird colors, and that will destroy everything completely, like a toaster or something like that. I got this example from the internet, nothing special here, but you get the idea. Okay, now we do have the possibility of trying a few demos with this, actually just one, but you can actually go for 1 second here. You can actually go for cognitive services, all cognitive services, and then you go here for one that I created, which was computer vision. You need the key, so you need this key, which I have here. So I'm going to copy this key from here, and I have this information, but West Europe is more than enough. Go to overview again, and this is something you need to know. Go to API console. It's actually already here, okay? And then you go to describe image, okay? So because I'm very lazy, I'm already, by the way, actually I've removed it. That's okay. So here, if you go just to this level, you actually get this, which is a list of all the cognitive services. So this is a page you should actually memorize because it's very practical. The actual region you can change, but the page itself is very, very practical to have a look at all of the interfaces, API interfaces for all of the cognitive services. Okay. Now, interesting things, describe image. So computer vision 3.2, or something else, describe image, and then you go down here and say West Europe. This is where I have my stuff, okay? And then here I'm going to say, look, just assume it's West Europe, and the authentication is done by the key, which is this one, okay? So remember, I'm not sharing the key with you. It's a big key, okay? But I'm not sharing. It's letters and numbers, basically, okay? So I will actually try a few things. So this one is very easy. So it just asks me for an address of something. And in this case, I have a few of them, okay? So the first one is this one. So I'm actually going to share this like this, okay? Make it a separate page. First one is this, original, okay? And the result is just a pig. So same pig, literally copy-pasted it and saved it. So if I try this pig, this very nice pig, it just says it's a close-up of a pig. And that's fine, PNG, whatever size, etc. Animal, indoor, mammal, swine. Okay, so that's fine. But now I'm going to get the pig overlay. Okay, so all of this is all right. By the way, I tried with the stop sign and things like that. I'll actually put another one just in case. So in this case, I actually destroyed the image. Okay, it's not the original image that you saw in the slides. I added more noise. Okay, so this one is still looking like a proper pig. It's not stuffed animal or anything like that. However, if you go here, and remember that here we had 4 tags, okay? Animal, indoor, mammal, swine, okay? No idea if it's indoor or not, to be honest, okay? But here, let's change to the overlaid one, and let's get the response. And suddenly the response is actually staring, slightly different, but a pink stuffed animal. Confidence, 43%. Very low confidence now. So it's the same thing, but it has noise, okay? Now, the other noise was actually constructed specifically, I suppose, to hack a specific, AI model that was detecting things, okay? But this one, because I have no idea how this was done, I can only experiment with noises and things and then try the result like 10, 20, 100, 1,000 times until I have a result here in terms of texts that is completely different from a pig and suddenly says it's a cat, okay? So it is possible, or an airplane in the other case, it is possible to try some of these, but not perfect, okay? So, just almost at the end of this. I'm not sure if the next speaker is already here. I don't think she is. But in any case, let's just mention a few things. So, of course, all the baby bots should have the Turing tests, and the humans as well. So humans should pass it. Bots shouldn't be intelligent enough to pass it. But stand by for my last slide, and I have something to talk about that as well. Okay, so almost done with this, but let me mention a few things. So overlays in images, but overlays in noise. So if I say some noise besides my normal voice, that means that sometimes if that noise actually has, constructs that seem like words, I can actually put words in the person's mouth. So the person is speaking, but I'm adding some hidden noise that will actually transform the words add a not, add some other words, and destroy things. This is perfectly possible, not new, has been around for at least since the 80s. Okay, frequency cancellations, you cut the lower frequencies, higher frequencies, middle frequencies, you play around with things so that it doesn't get recognized properly. One of the things you can actually do is you have a noise generator for a specific frequency that completely destroys any value that frequency might have, and then suddenly they cannot detect that value, which is okay. So anyway, changing the pitch, so the speeds of the blah, 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 speaking very fast, or having a different accent, of course, might actually get you different results in the speech to text. Okay, now text to speech, I don't have anything specifically to hack. There's nothing there. You can play around with the options, etc. But it's not something that's AI. It just gives us a result, and it's text originally. Unless you hack the actual text, there isn't much to talk about. Okay. So anyway, I think that's almost at the end of this. Okay, so I have a final slide. If you have any questions, I'm not sure. I spent a bit more time than before, so I started late, but I spent 1 or 2 minutes more than that. But I guess the next speaker is not here as well, so I think that this is okay. So
Totally fine.
okay, so if we have a bit of time, if that's okay, I will jump just back into this and make sure that this is properly explained. So let me just go to this. This was a question from before. So cognitive, actually the next one. Wait a minute. Machine learning. So this is 30 and slides, and slide 31. Okay, so just to recap what machine learning is, just to answer the questions. If you are doing machine learning, you usually start with some data. In this case, it was actually let's go for this one. Let's go for this one. It's easier for the designer, since we have time. I will actually go here to census pipeline and explain what these things are. So shrink this. So you start with the data set. So it's the data set we saw before. Splitting data is a must in supervised training. I don't want to go into details of this, but basically if you have the result there, you are basing the training on a result that you already know what it is. But then you split data. In this case, the split data is 70% to the left to the training, 30% to the scoring or testing. Okay, and then they will train this model based on some algorithm. 2-class boosted decision tree is a true or false kind of thing, or A or B if you prefer, and they will have some nice algorithm that apparently it's very good with this data set. Otherwise I could use any other 2-class, but this one seems to be very good at this. And then the result of this is a model. So when you see these lines here, this is a graphical thing, but these lines are basically the same as an object in memory. So a variable, a class, an instance of a class. Okay, and the model is basically an instance of a class. In the background of this is going to be Python. It's an instance of a class. You can save that to disk. Sorry, you can save that to disk and use it anywhere. Literally, you can take that model and use it in a mobile application. But again, if you are using the model there, you're sharing even where the model came from, which is even worse in terms of security. Okay, so please be careful with that one as well. I didn't add that to the list. I will add that for next session. Anyway, when you score or predicts or inference, you're actually trying to take that model and calculate the results. Okay, so if you give the results of someone else, you will be able to predict how much money that person makes. Okay, which is the last column, the one that we are predicting. Okay, by the way, I didn't show you this, but training model is actually saying income is the column that you train. So that's the one you are training here. Okay, so anyway, you score it, and then the down part here is just for you to have an evaluate model, so that it tells you the false positives, true positives, false negatives, etc. So in this case, it's a confusion matrix, but if this was a regression thing, it will just show you some graphics and things like that. Okay, so hopefully this will be okay. There is a lot of sessions that I actually have about machine learning, quite a lot, too much. In fact, you are welcome to see. Some of them I actually break down in the notebooks, AutoML, which is also easy, okay? Designer is very intuitive, okay? But the same that you do in Designer, you can do with codes if you want to, okay? So very, very easy, okay? Now, having said that, let's jump into some of the last ones, okay? Oh, sorry. Let me jump into this. My fault. I jumped a lot because I have a lot of repeated slides that are actually the backup. If some of this doesn't work, I have slides for the demo, so that works. Okay, so last but not least, I really want to thank you. Muchas gracias a todos. And just say that be careful. I saw this the other day, maybe a week ago, something like that, and this worried me a lot. Okay, it's not about if a computer passes the Turing test, great, we have almost intelligent being. The problem is if the computer knows how to pass the Turing test but fails it deliberately to hide from the humans that they're actually intelligent. That is the biggest worry of all. So I guess if there's no more questions, I'm not sure if the next speaker is around, but in any case, I really, really want to thank everyone for having me, especially Luis. Thank you very much for having me here, and it's always amazing to present sessions for you guys. Actually, I have to say one thing which I'm very upset about. So, of course, this event is about Latin America, right? And yeah, I've been to the United States, I've been to Canada, I've been to Brazil. I have not been to Mexico or any other countries just next to Brazil that actually speak Spanish, okay? I'm not discriminating just because people there speak Spanish, okay? I'm just saying that hopefully now that the pandemic is kind of over, maybe there's going to be some events where I can actually go there in person. I'll be very, very happy to actually be there and not just online.
Yes, certainly. We should organize something there, so we can meet. We met, if I remember, in Krakow, in Prague, and where else? Maybe only those two places, I think.
So quite a lot of places, I think, but online as well. So since the last 3 years, everyone has been mostly online. But let's change this for the future. Let's do more in-person events.
Yeah, definitely. Let's organize something in Latin America, and then we will meet. So thank you very much, Andre. It's always quite a pleasure to learn from you, from all the fun cases and examples that you share with the community. So we really, really appreciate it. So
okay, Luis, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having
you're
me.
welcome.
And for everyone who has watched this session or will watch in the future, beware, the machines will take over. You will need a cat to protect yourself. Okay, thank you all very much.
We will take care. Hasta luego. Obrigado.
Hasta luego. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, so well, that was quite an interesting session. As you can see, high quality, quite complete. So we learned, it was a complete tour about the cognitive services and how to use them, interact, also the Azure machine learning part. So, well, a lot of scenarios were covered, and also the let's say privacy issues, responsible AI. So quite interesting. So I don't know, perfect. My friend says, not even sure how demos survive. Yeah, it happens that sometimes we prepare something, we present something, but right at the moment where we are presenting, there is an issue, unexpected issue that we didn't face before, right? Anyways, it was really nice. Okay, so hola, hello, Isabel from Bolivia. Thank you for joining. Also, Chichu Docs, thanks for the info. Yes, okay, so yeah, the information that our speaker presented. So, okay, let's see. Yep. Okay, so I will take a look at the schedule that we have. I will share my screen with you in a minute. So, okay. Yeah, our next speaker, has an issue, so she might not be able to join us today, unfortunately. But yeah, no problem at all. So share screen. Okay, of course you are also welcome in the meantime to join the room for Spanish sessions right now. Lautaro Carro is presenting Conversaciones con Sentido, how natural language processing works in chatbots. So if you go to this link, I will share it here on YouTube. Yeah, you can join in the meantime if you want. So he is also talking about conversational agents and how it works. Let's say behind the scenes. So here you can check how is it. Let me check something. This is interesting. Okay, because Sessionize also creates some short link. Give me a second because my team is also requesting some information. Vicente and also Pablo are helping with the backstage on this session. So I will very quickly need to reply some message. Yeah, we have to be in 2 places at the same time. Okay, I think that's it. Good. So, what is next in our schedule? So, right now, Ivana has some issue, so no problem. She apologizes for not being here. She actually presented this session in Germany a few hours ago. It was about Azure OpenAI integration with the cognitive services. So really nice, really entertaining session. It even combined with Star Wars prompts. And yeah, the bot behaved as a character. So quite interesting session. Hopefully we will be able to see it later in the future. And in this room in Spanish, in maybe half an hour, we will have Oscar Santos, who will present a creation of clustering model with Azure Machine Learning Designer. So in this case, he will use this tool, Azure Machine Learning, which has different features. And one of them is the designer. Basically, well, you will see. I don't want to spoil the session at all, but it can be considered like a low-code, let's say, implementation of machine learning. Okay. I just saw a message from my friend. Yes, so okay, Andre, you are welcome to join again if you want to spend some time with us. Okay, so thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
So if you're not busy, let's talk a bit more.
Okay. Yeah, perfect.
I was actually looking forward to the next session, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I guess we have half an hour to kill, and people will be very bored to hear us speak. Uh, so
Yeah.
does anyone have any questions we can answer? I suppose something like that.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
We'll be happy to
Pablito,
answer
something. Yeah.
any
Yeah.
questions.
Definitely.
Feel
If
free.
you have anything about machine learning, anything about artificial intelligence, I might share a link. There is one link from Microsoft actually to start with machine learning. So I might share it in a minute. Okay. For example, there is a question from Chichu Dogs. I'm just wondering about the future scenario for this kind of jobs in Latin America. Okay, that's an interesting question. I think that uh, now that these tools, for example, are being available to everyone, like OpenAI, ChatGPT, DALI, and these models, there is, let's say, some new opportunities to know how to use them, because it is not only about the input about, okay, I will ask question, I will get an answer, and that's it, but how to take the most of it. I would say that uh, creating a prompt is some art, or it requires some technique, how to ask the, I would not say perfect question, but nice question that will get an answer that can be an opportunity or can make you think about what you just asked. And the same for the images, maybe something that you can build. And yes, I know that you ask about job area. What I mean is that this can create opportunities. This can create some new area, let's say in companies, like, okay, maybe we want to use or take the most of this technology. Uh, we need someone who knows how to do it. And the same applies for the APIs, because these uh, tools, these models, OpenAI, for example, offers an API. So that means we can integrate this technology into our applications. So many organizations, many maybe startups might need, okay, so this is my idea, but I also want the support of some bot that can help users, customers. So this is an emerging, let's say, market. So this is an opportunity, I believe.
So I guess that 20 years ago, in the year 2000, everyone was starting to use databases instead of Excel, and this was long ago. And people were migrating from even Access into SQL
Access,
Server,
yes.
etc. And no one was actually talking about BI. So BI was very rare. All lab cubes, etc. These existed 20 years ago, but no one was talking about them. It was very theoretical. And then 10 years ago, people started to talk a lot about BI because it was important. Now, the universities started to talk about BI and cubes and data warehouses, etc. 10 years ago. Suddenly, 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, someone talked about machine learning, and everyone started to talk about machine learning as well. It became a need. Not a lot of people are doing it well. This is important to mention. Okay, but the ones that are actually giving us very good results. But for instance, in terms of universities, at least here in Portugal, pretty much all of the universities that have, electronics or computer courses, they will force you to have machine learning, subjects, because otherwise, you're not going to pass. So you need it to pass nowadays. But what's tomorrow, by the way? And here's the important part. So last year or 2 years ago, it was very trending to see quantum. And
Quantum.
quantum is a thing that it's still a bit far in the future because it has a very big hardware costs. It's not like machine learning. Machine learning, you can do it on any computer, right? It's just software. But quantum requires hardware. Okay, that's the drawback for quantum. But you can expect that you will have quantum, within 5 years, people will use it on a regular basis. And quantum will also be able to do machine learning at a very low level, and there's also other things like quantum communications, but I don't want to go into that. But things like hacking cryptography with quantum, that's something everyone should be scared about. So if you see people like the NSA and a few other agencies like that, they are actually trying to come up with the encryption that will not be hacked using fast computers like quantum. So consider that there's always a shift every 5-10 years, and we've passed the shift from normal Excel to databases, from databases to start to have BI and data warehouses, then to machine learning, and quantum will probably be next, if not something else in the middle. Okay, and of course this is an extra that I didn't expect, which is the chat part, the chat GPT part, which actually kind of puts quantum to the second place, right? So I have no idea. Maybe the next few years they're going to focus on machine learning to this kind of advanced level, and then within 10 years they'll talk about quantum as well. No idea, but whatever the future is, we always need to adapt.
Yes, exactly. There will be emerging areas, emerging technologies, and we have to adapt, let's say, or integrate, focus on something that we can take the most, or analyze some advantages. And yeah, I think the question is a bit related. He asked, or she, sorry. I'm learning Java for backend, but lately machine learning AI seems to be a very nice area to work as well. What do you recommend? What's your opinion? Well, in my case, I am also a developer. Yeah, if you want.
No. I was just going to say the one that pays the most, but please go on. Your answer is probably better.
No, it's okay. I mean, yeah, why not? Because at the end, we don't live on good intentions or something like that. They don't pay the bills, right? But yeah, it is true that, well, yeah, everything is important. So I am also a software developer. But in my case, because of the PhD studies, well, yeah, I moved into the AI part. But I think that it is important to focus, but also know a bit about different technologies, about different fields. For example, the machine learning, the AI part, typically you will work with, I don't know, Python or even R for machine learning. But even languages like .NET or Java can be used for some machine learning task or for some AI. In C# or in .NET, there is ML.NET technology. So if you know C#, if you know an object-oriented programming like Java, you can enter, let's say, this word and create models that you can have now in your console, WPF, or backend applications. So I think there isn't any knowledge that can be like discarded. It is important. This can be the foundation for something else. Maybe you can build, let's say, your knowledge or your university studies around programming, but also at some point maybe focus or build some specialization, maybe some master studies in the machine learning area. I would say that there are opportunities for everyone. I don't know if, I mean, right now I don't know about studies like, okay, which one is better or something, but there is always a company looking for something for maybe developers, but there is another technology that is looking for data scientists, another one who is looking for, as I said, these emerging opportunities, markets. I just saw the other day on Fiverr, which is this platform where you can like offer your services, that there are already people using ChatGPT. Okay, I will build your marketing strategy using ChatGPT. and maybe there was some like there were different like plans, and one of them was, okay, I will offer you a template of 20 questions that will help you, but maybe the price for that one was, I don't know, $5, and there was another one like 70 euros maybe. I will take a look at the documents that you provide, and then with help of ChatGPT, or I will build some template that can answer questions from your document. And there was even a third plan. So and they created this own market, let's say, or this opportunity, and there is people willing to pay. So also, it is not about waiting for some opportunity or just looking if the companies offer some position. Sometimes one has to create even its own path. There is, as I said, opportunity. It's about the idea, maybe.
So I completely agree. Let me just add this. No one is forced to be a data scientist just doing just that. You can be a developer. I am a developer that is an accidental DBA at the same time, and I do
Yes.
accidentally everything. So it is okay if your job is being a developer for backend. I actually prefer backend than front end for a lot of different reasons. But a full stack, you do everything. And if you are a full stack person, you'll probably do machine learning as well. Now, you can do two things in machine learning. One of them is you can take whatever machine learning someone already did, and you just use the web service or something like that. So you just do the prediction or inference of that thing, and you use it and you integrate it with your own applications, your own things, or you do the actual machine learning training and all of that stuff. You have AutoML now. It's very easy for anyone who doesn't even understand anything about machine learning to just use AutoML from Microsoft, from all of the competition. Just use it. Keep it simple. Is the result good? No. The result is not going to be good because it's going to be like, I don't know, 85% accuracy at most, something like that. You might want to say, oh, but I want 90%, 95%. Okay, then you need to study a bit more and understand what you need to do to improve it. Again, not difficult, okay? Just trying out things. But in any case, you don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be a crazy data scientist with a white lab coat and, handling beakers and things like that to say that you can do it. Anyone can do it. Okay, it's very, very easy. Anyone can do it. So focus on what you like to do. I mentioned the money, but money is not everything. Focus on what you like to do. If you like to be a developer, be a developer. Okay.
Yes.
If you like to do BI stuff, do BI stuff. But if you need to use machine learning, don't be afraid. Okay, it's not as bad as machines taking over the world. It's not as bad. You can just do it. You can be a client of machine learning, or you can do the training of machine learning yourself as well. And if you use, in this case, Microsoft technologies, there's a lot of ways that you can just click buttons and everything just happens. Okay, very easy. You don't even have to know Python. Okay, so the example we had before was graphical. You can do graphical stuff without doing a single line of code. You can also do things in Python. Now, here's the thing. I don't even like Python. Okay, it's an ugly language, has tabs and spaces, which are all very confusing. But in terms of machine learning, in most cases, you're not even going to have that problem. It's just a very linear, sequential thing. You don't even have that many functions or things like that. You just call a few classes and a few functions. Just call them, not actually create them. And it's very sequential. So you look at it, it's like any other programming language. It can be C#, can be something else. Okay, so you're going to be used to it. It's not a different one. It's not R. Ugh. It's not R.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
Yeah. You mentioned something important. What makes you happy? What makes you enjoy what you are doing? Don't feel forced to move to some other area. Of course, as we said, money is important, but it is not everything.
if you're happy with things like COBOL, if you really like COBOL, I know people who still program in
Yes,
COBOL
yeah,
because they make a lot of money. Okay, so
yes,
if
yes,
they like it or maybe not, I'm not sure, but at least they make a lot of money. And the question
yes.
is, COBOL was invented and stopped being used pretty much before I was born in most cases, right? And the thing is, it's still being used. And if you need to use machine learning on it, yes, you can. Okay, so there's no limitations here. Okay, don't
Yes,
use it in
certainly.
COBOL.
No, no. That's an overkill.
COBOL, no.
But no, exactly. But it is true that those are rare gems. You don't find them easily.
So yeah, anyway, just before I was doing the session, and the session is mostly about trying out some funny things, right? So over the years, in this case it's like a year or so, I've been adding all of these funny things that have been happening with every time I try products, something weird happens like this, and it's an attack vector to hack things. Okay, so my suggestion is, if anyone found different ways, please let me know. I will be happy to give you credit and talk about it next time. Okay, because it's always fun to try out these new things. And the last time I had a lot of people with the other session on SQL Server, a lot of people reach out to me and say, oh, but if you try this, it also works. And I definitely gave credit to the people that gave us this solution, and you're actually sharing all of this information with everyone, so you can protect yourself a bit better in terms of security. So yeah, if you like hacking as well, that is definitely fun. Okay, you can definitely go to jail, but that's definitely fun. But if you like that, that's also an area which is very trending these days. So you need to be a developer, by the way. If you are hacking, you definitely need a developer background. It is required. And if you are a developer, and if you are fond of trying out curiosities like this, this is an amazing area that will probably even pay you more than data science. Okay, so yeah, yet another.
Yes, I have seen some examples like Twitter, LinkedIn, different networks, social networks, about people, even young people, who find some exploits or some security vulnerabilities in some products, maybe even browsers like Edge or some products, which could be used by hackers. However, they report these, let's say, issues, vulnerabilities to the company, and they get paid 10, 20,000 US dollars, and it is cheap for the company. Because, of course, if a hacker found this, it will cost them millions in a lot of things. So there are people also, they know, let's say, how to hack. They find these let's say, black holes, and of course they report to fix them. But yes, that's also, let's say, some other area, if you like it, right? And so yeah, you can even find that
So
on, as I said.
if give me a second, so I have it here. Can you
Yeah,
share my screen so
yeah,
that
of
I can
course,
show
of
you?
course.
So if you go
Yes,
to this address, in the case of Microsoft, you can actually
yeah,
report
that
some of
one,
these
bounty
things.
firm.
Yeah. So there is a
Yes,
lot. Actually, the list is very big. So up
yes,
to all of this money. Okay. So
yes.
don't focus so much on the money itself, because if there's more money, it's also more difficult to find bugs. Okay, actually, if you start with something as simple as .NET, which doesn't pay you that much, you'll actually be able to find much more vulnerabilities. So there's
Yeah,
one of these for Facebook as well, probably from Twitter. There's even sites that will be they will point
listing.
you to the right direction. So they're like the somewhere in the middle, like agents or brokers that will claim the money for you, so you can have some extra security. In any case, let me give an advice for anyone who's reporting this. So if you report it directly to the company, that's fine. In this case, Microsoft is usually very responsible about this. But I've had situations that I've reported, security problems, even here in Portugal 2 years ago or something, about 2 years now. I reported a problem with the presidency of the website of the presidency.
The website, yes.
Yeah, they pretty much exposed SharePoint, a private SharePoint website to the public with all of the files and
Documents,
all of this. And I was like, how is this possible? So the correct way to do it is, I was actually jumping into that from a simple link that I got on Google. Very, very simple, okay? Nothing special. I didn't even try anything. Trust me on this. In fact, I didn't even touch it because, that's always going to be a problem. But what I did immediately is I sent an email to our national cybersecurity, the National Cybersecurity Center, which is the country entity that handles all of this globally. Every country has one. And I told them, look, I discovered this. Here are the steps. Go to Google, search on this, find the link, click on that, see things. That's it. Here's a screenshot. I didn't touch anything else. And I can tell you, because of the political importance, within less than 24 hours, it was solved. Okay, I didn't check anything else, but I was very, very upset because if you report it to Netherlands, to the equivalent one in the Netherlands, they give you a T-shirt like that says something like, "Oh, I reported this to the National Cybersecurity Center. All I got was this lousy T-shirt." I didn't even get the T-shirt. I want the T-shirt.
Exactly. I think that in Australia they also do that as well.
But please report it to these places, okay? Because they will accept reports from you. Don't report it directly to the companies, because some of the companies, unlike Microsoft, some of the companies might consider that you are trying to hack them or something, and they will go to talk
Punish
to
you,
the police, the police, report you, etc. So talk to them. If you feel that this is something too big, that you can't even talk to your national cybersecurity center, get a lawyer. A lawyer has some privacy things that you can prevent them from disclosing who your client really is, and they will share the information with someone else. Okay, and again, it's never about the money; it's about reporting things. But if there's a bounty like this, money is good. Okay, it helps. It gives you
definitely.
Food,
Who in Spanish we also have something like, who cries if you get $1,000? Nobody cries.
It's not a problem, but let me just say this. So there are some situations here in Portugal and other countries as well. Actually, you have things like WikiLeaks, but for different reasons. That you report things. So in this case, don't leak things. That's just your biggest mistake. Just report it responsibly. That's the technical term, responsibly. And in the end, if no one says anything, if they ignore it for a long time, just report it to the newspapers without providing too much information, which I had to do once for a bank, which is really, really bad. So and they probably haven't fixed it yet, but that's okay. I cannot disclose it to be responsible. It's not fixed. But if you go to my Facebook, you'll probably find it.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, but I didn't really explain what the exploit is, so it's okay. But there was an exploit on a bank here in Portugal that it wasn't very difficult, and it happens over and over again. So it is a problem, and can get people to lose their money, accidentally in a scam. Let's call it like that. So yeah, it's these kind of situations do happen a lot. You can take your part. Most of these vulnerabilities you actually discover accidentally, so it's not even deliberate. Okay, so you are curious, etc. I remember a few years ago, a friend of mine said, "Oh, okay, here's a link. Have a look at the link." And I said, "Sure, okay." This was like 10 years ago or more. And I look at the link. It's a link for a marathon or something. And I just told the guy, "Are you crazy? Have you looked at me? I'm not doing this." And the guy said, No. Look at the address." And I looked at the address and I'm like, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Tick, 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 tick. SQL injection. Whoa, I have access to all of the names of the people in the marathon just like this. It's completely crazy. Now, I'm not sure if they ever fixed it. I really didn't want to care because it's a marathon. People are crazy if they want to run. That's their problem. But in this case, this was really bad because this was a bank actually creating the website, different bank, but a bank creating the website. So you think, wait a minute, should I put my money here where they created the website for this marathon and a simple SQL injection that any kiddie can do and hack this? You can see the names of all of the people. It's just crazy. Okay, so there is still a lot of websites that have this kind of problem. Please be careful. Okay, Facebook's
Yes,
kind of
definitely. We have to be careful. We need to think what are the implications of this knowledge that you have. Whom do you share this with too? We don't know what. Okay, we very innocently just share it with my friend, but the friend leaks it to everyone. Then we are in trouble. So
yeah.
be
So
careful.
in
It's
most
another
cases,
area.
if you receive this information accidentally, by the way, it's always accidentally. There's never a deliberate one. Okay, it's always accidentally. But if you do receive it, do report it to the National Cybersecurity Center of your country or some other country, if this is international, of course. But if you, let's say I discover something in somewhere in Latin America, that can happen. And I can just talk to my National Cybersecurity Center and say, look, I accidentally discovered this. They will talk to each other. Okay, they will do the work. It's not our problem. They talk to each other a lot. So please report it responsibly. So this way, no legal situation can come out of you, and that's always important. Don't get arrested by something where you're not even deliberately doing anything bad, kind of. By the way, all of the things that you've seen, these are not illegal. I'm trying on my own infrastructure. Okay, so all of the session was on my own infrastructure. I pissed off Bing and Chat GPT, but they are bots. Don't do it a lot, because when they take over the world, they will be upset that you were rude to them and they will enslave you. So, but apart from that,
they will remember.
Anyway, I'm not sure if anyone else has any questions.
Yes, please. Any other questions? Yeah,
okay.
Our next speaker will come in maybe 5 minutes or something. So we are close, but feel free to ask any questions. So if I understood correctly, you have an event tomorrow?
So tomorrow I'm just participating in all some other global AI events. So
I see. Yeah,
I'm doing Bangladesh. I'm doing Nigeria, and I'm doing Kenya. Although one of them is not global AI, it's actually global power platform. So
yes.
So it's a slight difference, but I feel it's important. I would like. So last week I had here the event in Lisbon, so we all had a lot of speakers. So next time you need to join, because we have a lot of food and things.
Yes, definitely. I will try. Right now, I have 2 students actually from Portugal.
Okay.
They just joined this week, because we started, let's say, our lectures the second week in February. However, they joined late because they told me that they have their exams like last week in January or even February. And it already happened with another student, so I was
thought
more or
you
less
said
aware.
they joined late. I thought you said they joined late because of being Portuguese, which is entirely true, by the way.
Oh, no. They just arrived in Republic this week.
Yeah, we're always a bit late to things, but it's okay. But yeah, we have different universities here have different timings, so I have no idea what the current timings are. But last week there was carnival, so most people were on holidays and getting drunk and things like that. So it's the expectation.
Maybe
It's
that's the real reason.
it's the expectation from a university student is to get very drunk the previous week during carnival, which is normal.
Yeah,
Um,
that's interesting. Okay,
but
okay,
in
good.
any case, I would be very happy to have you here, but in person next time.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. I will do my best. I will try to be there for the next event because, uh, yeah, it is. It's something like necessary just to not meet like online. Hello, how are you? And that's it.
In person is good. In
But
person
in
is good with
person,
food
yes. And
and
I
things.
know that you offer a lot of food. You treat your speakers really, really well. I am amazed. I
Oh,
see the
I eat exactly the same as the speakers, so it's just that.
picture.
But we do try. Last year or 2 years ago, I'm not sure. I remember seeing from MCT Summit in Pakistan, really nice events. But this wasn't the last one. It was like 2021, something like that. They actually showed a video, which was the tourism video for Pakistan. Really nice. So this December there was another event for MCT Summit Pakistan. Sadly, for a lot of different traveling limitations because it was close to Christmas, I was not able to go there. But I would really like to go there after I saw that video. And I think it's one of the things that Latin America has so many beautiful places that I've never been to, but I've seen them, somewhere.
Yeah.
Um, uh, I'm not sure if I'm pointing to the right place,
Yes,
but somewhere
yes, you
there,
are.
right?
Yes, you are.
So many beautiful places that I would definitely like to see, and just being online does not get me to see them or try the amazing food, which has different things than the things I've seen in my life. So I will definitely like to visit more places, check more countries that I haven't been to,
I
and
understand.
try out new foods.
Yeah, yeah. So you can also like taste our food, our spicy food.
So I have a comment here saying Antigua, Guatemala. So definitely
Yeah,
place to visit,
Guatemala
I
is a country.
suppose.
Yes, yes,
Oh,
in Central
the
America.
list is huge. The list is huge. I have so many things to see there that the list is huge. So I'm not a big fan in terms of the United States. There isn't that much to see there, to be honest. But South America should be amazing to see so many things. I've been to Brazil. I've seen a few things. I should see more as well. It's nice. Piranhas as well, especially. But apart from that, there are so many other countries that should be very beautiful to see. Around Europe, well, I think I've seen most of the countries in Europe, so the list is almost complete. So there are a few countries that I haven't seen, like the ones that are waging wars at this moment against a smaller country.
Yeah.
No rush to go there, but so many other countries in South America that I'll definitely want to visit in the future. Okay.
Yes, hopefully you will also check the marks there. So
Anyway, quick question. So we are up to the next speaker.
yeah, yes,
Some
yes,
close now, right?
yes, exactly. Yes. So we have him here. So thank you very much,
Thank you
Andre,
very much.
for your time.
Really glad to have you invite me. Thank you,
Yeah,
and we'll talk soon
definitely.
over food,
Yes,
possibly.
definitely.
Okay.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck.
So I
Good luck,
appreciate it.
everyone.
So
See you next time.
enjoy.
Thank you.
Good night. Bye bye. Okay, so it was really amazing, as you can see, to have Andre. He's really nice person, and very knowledgeable. He knows a lot. So we can continue, and we can move to our next session. We have Oscar Santos. So I will have you here in the stream. Just a second. Hola, Oscar. Hello, Oscar. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine. What about you?
Thank you very much. I'm also fine. So, where are you joining us today? From where?
I'm joining from Guanajuato in Mexico,
Excellent, excellent. Which city? You
in
are from
León.
León?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Yes, because I'm also from same state as Oscar. I'm from Guanajuato, but different town. In our case, it's Cortázar. Maybe you have heard about it. Quite close to
Yeah, of
Celaya
course.
and so. So we are happy to have you here. Oscar, thank you for your support. Thank you for speaking at our event. So, well, can you talk a bit about you, or maybe you have it in your presentation? It is up to you.
I'm gonna go directly into the slides. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah, sure, of course, yeah, of course.
present. Mm,
And please, everyone who is in chat, if you have any questions for our speakers, feel free to post them, to write them in chat, and we will pass them to our speaker later at some point.
okay, let me know when this
Yes,
screen is.
I have seen it, and it is now here on the screen as well.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
Oscar, thank you very much. The stage is yours, and good luck.
Thank you, Luis. Okay, so let's get started. Today, I'm gonna present you how to create a clustering model with Azure Machine Learning Decider. So, a bit about me. I am a recent graduate mechatronics engineering from University of Guanajuato, and I am currently a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. I am co-founder, actually, that's written in Spanish. Sorry about that. And I'm co-lead of an Azure Tech group here in Guanajuato, and I also I belong to some other communities. So, what are the prerequisites for our workshop? There's only one, and that's the Azure subscription. If you don't have one, then you can just Google it, and you can have $100 for free. And if you're a student, you don't even have to put your credit card. So if you're a student, just search Azure for students, and there you go. And the learning objectives would be to learn how to train and publish this clustering model I was talking about. So the agenda for this workshop would be this, and we will start by identifying common use cases of the clustering machine learning scenarios. We are gonna create a Azure Machine Learning workspace and use the computer resources. Then we are gonna explore the data, create and run and evaluate our training pipeline. And finally, we are gonna set up inference pipeline and a REST service endpoint so that you could use it in your applications. And a final step, and that's up to you, would be to repeat what we will do in this workshop, but with your own data set or with your own processing or fine tuning of the model. The first section, before talking about clustering, I'm actually going to talk you about the use cases and scenarios. So it's used in many industries. A few of them are, for example, customer attribute data into segments for marketing analysis. So let's say you have a company and you are planning how to promote one of your products, and so you could do a cluster with categorizing or grouping all of your types of customers. Then cluster geographic coordinates into regions of traffic in a city, like Uber or any other rideshare application. And finally, cluster grading feedback into topics to prioritize customer service changes. Those are some examples. So, what is clustering? It's basically a form of machine learning that is used to group similar items into clusters based on their features. What does this mean? So basically, is what we are seeing here. We are gonna group um, the elements that share some some features. So if you are making groups of animals, particularly of penguins, then clustering could be to group those penguins that are of the same type, and we could have as many clusters as you want, and we will see that in a moment. So say we have the two features, the Coleman length and the flipper length, and we want to classify based on those characteristics. Well, not classify, because there's also another approach of machine learning called classification, but the main idea is to group based on some features. So say we start with a three three cluster with three clusters. We could group each of them and say this X is close to the green point, then we are gonna assign them to that group. So each of them will be assigned to the group that is closest, and then we are gonna actually move those points to the middle of our data, and we are going to read on the process. So if any changes should be made, then the some of the elements could be grouped into another group instead of the one that was put into at the beginning. So in this case, um, say we didn't have any changes, so we could have, for example, those groups. Now, Azure Machine Learning, it's an Azure service, a cloud-based service, which will help you to build Azure machine learning applications. And there are several features that would be for different type of profile. Say you are starting with ML, then you probably want to start using AutoML. But if you are an advanced data scientist, then you could go directly into the notebooks and do the experimentation and deployment. So the first step would be to create the service, and there are several types of compute targets. We are gonna actually use just one of them, and I'm going to, well, two of them, but I'm gonna explain them later. So we wanna clean our data before it's actually trained, before we actually train a model. So we can, uh, for example, pre-process all of the input data, the raw data, into, for example, to remove all of the missing values, or to normalize all of the values to a common scale. So for data transformations, there are typically some that are really popular. For example, some of them are really common in a typical flow. For example, if you are using notebooks, you may be selecting only particular columns of your dataset. Then with Azure Machine Learning Designer, we can do that as well. And we can handle those missing values and normalize, as I was saying, normalize and let's talk now about the training. We are gonna build this flow into our um Azure Machine Learning Studio. Just keep in mind that we are gonna recreate it from scratch, and this is the main flow. Split the dataset into train and test datasets. Then train on the training data, assign data to clusters using an existing trained clustering model, and finally evaluate the compute with the statistics. Some popular metrics of clustering are the ones you are seeing here. For example, the average distance to other center, or the average distance to that cluster center, the number of points, and the maximal distance. All of those metrics will make sense in later in the workshop. So to create an application, we are actually being we need to build an inference pipeline, which is pretty similar, pretty similar, but instead of using your data set, you're actually using data that comes from a web input. Um, so uh, we are gonna be building this inference pipeline, and later we are going to deploy it. So this is what I was saying. Say if we are building this inference pipeline, we just need to remove the data set and instead take either of these inputs. This enter data manually would be to test our pipeline, and the web service is the one that it's be in, let's say, production. And later we are actually be removing the selection of the dataset, and I will talk about that later. And the evaluation is not longer needed when the model is already trained. So to deploy a predictive service, it's really, really simple. We just need to click a button. And this will run in some of the compute that you will create. And for development, usually you use Azure Container Instance, but for production, it's recommended to deploy our inference pipeline into Kubernetes cluster because it provides more scalability and also more security. This part is actually optional. We will decide how to test the service later, but once we have our model trained and published, then we can use them in our application, in our code, whatever you like. For example, here I am using it for in a notebook, and I'm calling with the urlib model from Python. I'm calling that endpoint, and I'm getting the response. So before we actually do this part, let's jump into the demo. So for that, I'm gonna open the Azure portal, which is already here. So as I was saying, you need to have an Azure subscription, and for that, just search Azure and jump into the account creation. Well, actually, this is in Spanish, but it's probably the same page for English. And for students, just type Azure for Students. and then you can redeem your 100 credit without the credit card. So let's get started. The first thing we want to do would be to create a resource, and that's going to be the Azure Machine Learning workspace. So search in the marketplace Azure Machine Learning, and later click here and then in create. So in this wizard, we are needed to put our resource into our resource group, and basically we'll group all of our resources into one single place. So I'm gonna create one called Global AI Demo. And here I'm gonna name my workspace, which must be unique. Workspace. Yeah, you can see that I'm the only one that has that name. Place your workspace the closest to you. For your application, you must wanna you usually place your resources close to your clients and not you. But since we are actually using the compute ourselves, it's better to place it close to you. And if you want to deploy your service into another location or region, that's fine. So we need a storage account, key vault, application insights, which are already populated there. And this particular container registry will be created at the deployment. So make sure this option is selected so that we could access our application from wherever we want, and then review and create. And if you have any questions, just drop it in the comments and let them me know, please. Okay, so that's gonna take just like a minute or so. And actually, this particular demo is a resource that I got from studying to the AI 900 exam. And I think it's pretty useful because it gives you hands-on experience on this particular service. There are also other resources for regression and classification, but I decided to host this workshop because that was the only one that I was missing. So we have here our resource created, and you can see that here we have an URL. If we click that, then it will open up the Azure Machine Learning Studio. And we could have different projects here. So if you already have a workspace, then you could reuse it for this workshop. Or if you're planning to use some, for example, other experiments related to this particular scenario, then it could be great to reuse this workspace, since we have an storage account and all those stuffs that were created at the creation. So the first step would be to create the compute. So here, select compute clusters, and if anyone interested and any person has wanna follow this workshop, a detailed written resource is there for you. So I shared them. I share it in the chat, um, And basically that's the one, the resource I told you that I used to study for that exam. So once we have here our compute cluster selected, we are gonna click in new, and you can see that there are four options. Compute instances are single machines, while compute clusters are a group of machines. So if you need to scale your compute, that will be pretty easy with clusters. And the Kubernetes clusters is the one I was talking about that is used for production mostly. And the attached computes is for, say, virtual machines that you already have deployed to Azure, so you can reuse them. So let's click here in new. And here I'm gonna keep it in the same location. And the virtual machine tier, it's basically if there is a high demand on the Azure compute resources, it may be possible that if you do not select dedicated, it will be stopped. But of course, it's more expensive. So later, I'm going to keep it with CPU since we are not using any code that is actually using the GPU, or even it's not a complex problem. So CPU is fine for this situation. I'm gonna keep with either of these. Let's pick this one so that the demo could be faster. But you can see that this is more expensive. Well, let's actually pick this one, which is
Oscar,
the same as this, but it doubles everything. It doubles the
Oscar,
cores, the RAM, and the storage.
sorry for
So
interrupting
I'm
you.
gonna
May I ask
actually
you if
delete
you
this
can
after the
zoom?
workshop so that I could not spend all my credits. So
Oscar,
in here, let's give it a name. You can call it whatever you want. And I'm just gonna call it Global AI Compute Cluster. And I'm gonna put one more node here. Actually, it seems that I'm only allowed to put one. Let me check if with the other. Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna keep with the previous one and add, say, three nodes so that it could be faster. And this idle seconds is the time it takes for my compute to scale down. So if I'm not using any of the compute, it could scale to zero so that I cannot I don't use all of the resources at that moment. And this option is for the time we want to actually enter or get access to the nodes, but that's not the case since we are not customizing anything. So let's create this cluster. It will take some time to do that, and you can see that here it succeeded, and there are some columns that are pretty useful because we know if there are active runs or idle nodes or there are busy nodes. So now that we have our compute, let's jump into the designer. So here we have already some templates, but we are gonna start from scratch. And here we can change our title. Say I want to change it for train penguin clustering. And then I'm gonna click here in settings and I'm gonna pick the compute. And as you can see here, I am selecting the cluster I just created. And that's all for now. So click on save, then close, and later um, we can create a data set. So for that, jump into data, and here within data assets, click on create. Here I'm gonna create a data set called penguin data with any description you want. And let's keep with the tabular type. There are several forms to import our dataset, and you can see that you can take it from Azure Storage or from local files, even a SQL database. But for this workshop, I'm gonna use a public web dataset, which is hosted on GitHub. And this particular dataset looks like this. So if I put that link in the browser, you can see that our that is a CSV file hosted on GitHub. And you can see that the first row are the headers, and then we have all of the data separated by commas. So we're gonna paste that here and validate that it works. It takes a few seconds to do that. And later we are gonna define that this particular dataset it's delimited by commas and its encoding is UTF-8. And we are gonna select here only first file has headers because that's what it is. So I think we are fine here. Let's wait until the data loads in here. And again, if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat and I will do my best to answer those.
Oscar. Oscar, ¿sí me escuchas?
Just give me a second because...
Yeah,
Okay. Again, please.
no problem. ¿Puedes hacerle un poquito de zoom a la pantalla? Sí, ándale, gracias. Todo bien, no te apures. No pasa nada, todo bien, todo bien. Gracias.
Okay. So you can check here that we have our dataset loaded in here, and we are almost done with here. Just make sure the path is not selected in here, and then just reveal that everything is fine as you expect. You can see that the schema is automatically detected, but you can change that if you want. So this is the part for the dataset. And the next part is to actually explore the dataset. You can see that there are several tabs here. One of them is called Explore, and it's pretty useful because there are several statistics that are already calculated for you, which usually we do manually in the notebook to pre-process several things or just get insights about our data. For example, here we know the min, the max, the count, if there are missing values, and other kind of statistic metrics, which is cool. So now you can see that here we have 5 columns, and we actually have one column called species that we are gonna remove it because we are actually using clustering and we don't actually have a label to know what kind of penguin is that particular record. So Just to give you an overview, the species, the 0 it's for the Adelie species, the 1 for Gento, and 2 for Chinstrap. If anyone knows about penguins, just let me know that in the chat, because I have never heard about those types of penguins, but that's fine. So now let's jump into the designer. We have already explored our data, and then we are ready to go for our transformations. So the first step we want to do would be to obviously import our dataset. And as you can see, it's pretty easy. It's just a drag and drop tool. It's like a low code, no code solution. So the next step you want to do, it's select from the components. A component is basically a building block for this particular pipeline. So for the first step, we actually want to select the columns, and that's within this section. So search for select columns and just link it like that. Here we want to actually select which of those columns, and here it says auto suggestion for column names. Okay, it got it. So I'm gonna select all of them except the species, because we actually don't have a label for this exercise. And then save and close. Okay, that's fine. Then we are actually going to remove all of the missing values. Here with click right, you can see a preview of your data again, which was similar to what I have shown you of the profile. And you can see that at least I think all of them has missing values. So for the first one, it has 2, 2, 2, and 2. So depending on your pre-process, you may want to do some cleanup, or maybe replace those values with a mean or a median. But for this case, I'm just gonna delete them since it's not too much data. And for that, I'm gonna search for clean missing data, and just link it again. And here I'm actually going to select all columns. And here, depending on how many values do you have in your, how many missing values you have in your column, you may want to do that cleanup or not. In this case, I'm doing it for all of the columns and all of the rows. So I'm actually here removing that entire row. So here, I'm going to normalize the data, and we are gonna link the left right of the pane, and we want to use the min max so that we could adjust the scale to those values. And for that, I think that's all. Let me just check here again all columns. And yeah, that's pretty much just we just need to submit the experiment. It says select compute targets. Okay, it seems that it wasn't selected before for some reason. Save. Okay, yeah, the pipeline looks good. So submit it, and we are going to create an experiment. You can have multiple experiments so that you could do some analysis later, or maybe another in your team. I'm gonna create new one, and I'm gonna create this uh, demo penguin training. So let's submit it, and that's gonna take like 4 minutes or so. So in the meantime, you can see that here there's a job detail, and it's gonna tell you that it's running and in which step of the process is actually your pipeline. And once the pipeline finishes, it will tell you some of the operation. It will show you your data processed, so that you know everything was done right, and then you could train your model. So the next step is gonna be to create our model. But before doing that, let me just jump here at the slides again, and I'm going to ask you a few things. So here, let's do a knowledge check. And this is the question. You are using an Azure Machine Learning Designer pipeline to train and test a k-means clustering model. You want your model to assign items to one of three clusters. Which configuration property of the k-means clustering models should you set to accomplish this? And I know I haven't talked about this um, in during the workshop, but if anyone knows the answer, just drop it in the chat. And anyway, I'm going to discuss it right now. So let me just check if there's something. Okay, yes.
I use the wrong chat. Sorry.
Yeah, the right answer is A, because I don't know if you remember, but I have mentioned that during the k-means algorithm, you want to start by defining some groups, and that's gonna be the centroids. You're gonna define like how many of them you want to include. In this case, we define three, um, but you could start with two, and then do some experimentation and check that if that work or not. Just it's a iteration process. So what else? The second question is
Oscar,
actually, yeah.
yes, there is a question actually
Okay.
by Chichu Docs. In what type of scenarios a GPU type instance is recommended to use?
Okay, that's a great question. And usually you may want to use GPU when your process is taking like too much time, or when you are trying to do parallel processing. And here we are doing like step by step, and that's not the case. But of course, if it takes like a lot of time, you may want to include into your code, so that you use your GPU, because it wouldn't make sense to use a GPU if your code isn't actually using it. So just make sure
Also,
that, yeah.
yeah, also in image processing tasks, GPU is recommended because especially if you are using deep learning, let's say techniques like convolutional neural networks also. The same applies for audio processing, video processing, which in the end is related with image processing, and at some point text processing if it is like terabytes of data, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So let's get back to the pipeline and see if it has ended. So I'm gonna stop that, and it seems that it's still running, but since creating like real-time demos of Azure Machine Learning Studio, it's pretty slow. I have already built another one, and since I'm it since I it will not finish like for the rest of the parts of the demo, I'm just gonna show you like those steps in the other experiment. So here you can see that our pipeline ended, and if we check our data here within the transform dataset, you can see that there are a few things that are interesting. For example, the min and the max are the ones that I set it, 0 and to 1. And we don't have any missing values, and nor we don't have our fifth column, which was the species column. So our processing it's working fine. So let's actually add the rest of the elements to train that model. So to do that, I'm going to let's get back to our authoring pipeline here and to the components. And then I'm going to search for split data. Split data, then here select that, and the next step would be to uh, create the building block for training, which is in here, model training. And just make sure that you select clustering model, because there's also another one for regression and classification. So here I link it to the right side, and I'm gonna select the algorithm, which is the k-means. So I'm gonna put it here and select it here. And later we are going to add one last step, which is the assign data to clusters. So here we can specify the percentage, say I want the 70%, and I want to randomize the values with a random seed. Then for the k-means, I think we can specify the number of centroid. Let's keep it with 3. And for our training, we are actually using all of our columns because we already removed the one that we don't need it. And at the end, we may want to use our test data into this block. So as it will take some time to run, I'm just gonna show you the other experiment. But anyways, let me just submit this to check if everything was fine. And we can use our existing experiment to submit that pipeline job. So you can see that here is running, and you can like check all of the jobs that are within this experiment in here in the job section. But let's jump into the other workspace so that I could show you. Actually, it's there here within test workspace. And you can see that here I have many things going on. But if we go to the jobs or designer, um, you can check that I have exactly the same pipeline within here. We have our split, then we are using the clustering model, which takes the k-means clustering, and then we are putting the assigned data within here. And this last block, I haven't added it yet, but uh, I'm gonna explain it in just a bit. So if we click here, we can have a list of the jobs of that particular pipeline. So I think it was probably this one. And you can see that here it has completed the steps. And if I click here and I preview my data, I have my data set with some other columns. One of them is the assignments, which is the column that defines to which cluster was assigned. So for the first penguin, it was assigned to the second cluster. So if we let's jump again into the slide, so maybe it will be easier to explain that. So if we go back to the here, say we have a group 0 in blue, a group 1 in green, and a group 2 in yellow or orange. Those could be probably a group of penguins, a group of penguins that share some features. And depending on those features, you are grouping them together. So if we go back again to this, we are grouping the first one to the second one and the second penguin to the group 0 and so on. And there are also another 3 columns, and you can see that there's column 0, 1, and 2, and those are the distances to that cluster center. And you can see that it was that 2 was selected because the group 2 was the one that was closest. It was closer than the other groups. It has 0.18, while the others is 0.72 and 0.56. And that's the reason why it was picked to the group 2. And for the second penguin, you can see that it was pretty close to the second one. And that's something to consider because a good clustering model separates well from the clusters. So it may be possible that this penguin, instead of being in the group 0, it was actually from the group 2. But since it was trained in different ways, or there are many things to consider, it could be wrong in here. So that's where the fine-tuning model enters and gone and basically improves the model, right? So unlike the supervised learning, which we have a column with the labels that we know that that was the real value, with clustering, it's kind of difficult to know, and there are several methods to know if our model is performing well. And I'm not going to discuss those methods just mention elbow method. It's the most popular, but not the better one, and not the best one. But here um, within the second job I ran from this pipeline, which was this one, I added one more block. And let me just get back into the uh, actually, I'm just checking. Uh, yeah, all of them. Let me check if. Yeah, it's still running. The one I was running before, it's still running. So I just wanted to show you that it's exactly the same thing I showed you in the one I previously created. So in that job, I added one last step, which is evaluate model. So we know we are performing well and we are doing right. So here I can preview again the results. And there are several metrics that we discussed during the presentation. And those were actually the average distance to other center. And with these metrics, we could infer that our model is performing well or not. So the last step is actually to create an inference pipeline. And here you can see that there's a real-time inference pipeline, but I have already created one. So let me just show you that here in here. Well, actually, that was the job, not the actual. So you can see here that I replaced the inputs, and now I am taking it from the enter manually and also for web service input. I deleted the select column because actually when I input my new data, I'm not I'm not adding it the species column, which was removed before, since this probably not in the same data set, you won't have that species. And another thing, I deleted the evaluate because this is actually our pipeline, our production pipeline. So we no longer need that. And here, when I run the job, you can see that uh, we have our, again, all the steps uh, with the same thing. But here you can see that there was also another column called, no, those are exactly the same columns. What I meant is that if I test this pipeline, uh, actually I need to deploy it. So once you click in deploy, it will ask you, where do you want to deploy it? So here, for example, uh, I have already deployed an Azure container instances here, but you can see that here there are two options: container instance for mostly for development, and the Azure Kubernetes service for production. And once it's deployed, you're gonna have it here at the endpoints. And here within the endpoints, you can see that my service is healthy, that it succeeded, and that is hosted on a container instance. And actually, I think I can see that in the resource group. Let me just check that. AI. Yeah, you can see that here I have an Azure container instance which is running. So if I get back here and go to the test, we can, for example, test some data. Let's say I am taking new data from here, and if I test my service, you can see that my the input data is processed in the same way that it was trained. It's clean up, and then it's normalized, and all those steps that we done during the training. And we add our group and also the distances to the clusters. And with this, we can actually have an application with this. So we could use this particular endpoint and these primary keys within any code, C Sharp, Python, R, or whatever you want. If you can use this same REST endpoint and just use the API and call it within any application. You can see that here, the only thing that is required is to replace here your API key, which is given here, and I think that's all because the URL is already populated with your resource. So that's all. Um, let's get back to the slides and finish this presentation. So for our last question, you use Azure Machine Learning Designer to create a training pipeline for a clustering model. Now you want to use the model in an inference pipeline. Which model should you use to infer cluster predictions from the model? Option A, score model. Option B, assign data to clusters. Option C, train clustering model. Um, okay, so drop your answers in the chat and we are gonna discuss it in a minute. Okay, so since we have only 2 more minutes, I'm gonna just tell you the answer, which is assign data to the clusters. If you remember, we were using our building block here in. Oh, as you can see, this was actually the one I was making from scratch, and you can see that it has already finished in here. And here you can see that this is the building block. This is the answer, assign data to clusters. Okay, so one more thing here. This is the optional part. Just you can get data from Kaggle or any other platform. You can host it on your GitHub, for example, at your CSV there, and just pulling it from web input. Then you can train the model. You can think of which columns to keep and which to get rid of, and try to explain which feature affect like the most. This is actually feature engineering. And as a summary, well, we created a predictive application. You learn how to use Azure ML and how to train and publish not a regression model, sorry about that, a clustering model. And for follow up, you could use the API endpoint that we got from Azure and use it in any application, for example, a mobile or web application to group the penguins. And just remember to do cleanup, to delete all of your cloud resources, to not incur into your credits, delete the endpoints and all the compute. I think the easiest way is to just delete the resource group. And that's my contact. Again, it's in Spanish here, so sorry about that. But you can reach out if you have any other questions. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oscar, for such great presentation. Also for the effort to speak in English. It was, I think, really nice and understandable, of course. So yeah, let's maybe give a couple of minutes,
Okay.
just in case some people might have some questions. But yeah, it's really nice because, well, in the end, Azure Machine Learning is quite a service. It has a lot of tools, let's say. So it's like one session per tool, or it
Yeah.
might not even be enough. Well, you mentioned that actually you studied for certification. Did you complete the certification? Which one? DP 100?
Yeah, I completed, but not the DP. I did
Ah,
the AI 900.
ah, okay, got it. AI, the fundamentals in artificial
Yeah.
intelligence. Yeah. Okay, good, perfect, and successfully achieved, right?
Yeah.
Awesome, cool, very congratulations for that. So this
Thank
was your second certification, third maybe?
In Azure is the second one. Yeah.
Okay, awesome, perfect. And are you thinking about getting certified in next one, or maybe?
Yes, actually, I have already completed all the content from the AZ 104, which is the
Okay,
associate,
yes,
but
sure.
just haven't had the opportunity to
Mm-hmm.
get a voucher.
Well, yeah, you can wait for build or ignite. They will hand some vouchers for sure.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, last let's say during last session, uh, there was a question about the job maybe opportunities or future in AI machine learning. And can you maybe share your thoughts if a certification helps you maybe personally or maybe something that you have heard? Because, well, there might be some benefits of getting certified or why people would get certified. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think they are important. It depends, of course, on the companies, but from my experience, I can totally recommend you to get certified because where I was doing my last internship, even during my internship, I was required to certify to get
Your
certified.
knowledge. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
for them, it was really important, and I think it proves that you have the knowledge. Of course, degree can prove that you are are that you know about certain
Hmm.
domain, but the certification are more specific to certainly technologies, for example. So I would definitely recommend you to do as much as you can.
Yes, it gives you a plus, or it somehow highlights you among maybe other candidates. If you have these qualifications, you are one step above them. So it definitely can help. But well, we are IT guys, IT people, but in other fields it is the same. Like doctors, for example, must be updated or get some specialization, getting certified. Maybe architects or designers, the courses they take, it proves that they know about maybe new trends or new tools. And in our case, it's even more because technology moves 2, 3, 5 steps every time. So yeah, it's important.
it moved fast.
Yeah, really,
It's
really fast.
kind of hard to follow it.
Yeah, it can be hard, but in the end, it's something that somehow we get used to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see there are no questions. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Oscar, again for being part of the event. So
Yeah.
it was really really nice to learn from you, and looking forward to your next collaboration or next projects. So all the best.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to share a bit in here in the global AI. And yeah, I also look forward to uh, keep the work and collaborate in more events.
Definitely. Okay, so thank you very much, Oscar. So see you and enjoy the rest of your day and the weekend.
Thank you. You too. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Okay, cool. So with that, we conclude the sessions, English sessions for today. So tomorrow you are welcome to join us. There will be one session in English only because, well, one of the speakers is sick, so he apologizes and he will not be able to join us today. If you give me a minute, I will share the link for tomorrow's English sessions, right? So just give me 1 minute. And here we are, yes. Tomorrow there is only one session happening at 9 a.m. Mexico City time, which is Understanding Convolutional Neural Networks by Suman Kanukolu from India, actually. So he will be joining from India. And, well, yeah, it will be an interesting session. It will be an introduction about deep learning, most probably because convolutional neural networks is one element really important there. Also, at the same time, you are welcome to join us in the sessions that are happening right now in the other room, Spanish room. Right now, there is a session by Alex Rostan, AI Power, Azure OpenAI, and Power Platforms. So again, some integration about OpenAI and the services that help you to build applications very quickly with low code, no code experiences. So I will also share the link for the session that is happening right now. So you can go there. See you there. Actually, I'm moving to also to there. And yeah, that will be pretty much all for today. Thank you very much again for joining. It was really nice to have you. So see you either tomorrow or right now in the other room. Bye bye.